to achieve our goals, become premise, and promote the common good. Thank you for being our source of guidance today. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. So for our attendees po, we have our Sub-Regional Bids and Awards Committee headed by our RBAC Chairperson, Dr. Angela Maria Birimpilio. Good morning po, Doc Angela.
Morning po, morning everyone.
Morning po. And we have also our Sub-RBAC Vice Chairperson, Dr. Monray Isaiah Mancilia. Good morning po, Doc Monray.
Good morning po, Back Chair. Good morning, Ma'am Pao. Good morning to everyone.
Morning po. And we have also our Sub-RBAC members. We have the following. We have Miss Trisha B. Barroso. Good morning po, Ma'am Trish.
Good morning, Miss Pao. Good morning, everyone.
We have also Miss Maria Cristina Rico. Good morning po, Ma'am Tina. We have also Engineer Wenjen Punsalan. Good morning po, Engineer Beam.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
And we have also Dr. Chris Brian Barria. Good morning po, Doc KB. We have also our provisional member for drugs and medicine category, Miss Jelly Rio Nowarin Osita. Good morning po, Ma'am Jelly.
Good morning po.
We have also our provisional member for medical equipment, supplies, and reagents category, Miss Lillian Rose Sisa. Good morning po.
Good morning po. Good morning.
Morning po. So, having all the members of the RBAC members present, therefore we have the required quorum to conduct this pre-bidding conference. So now may we call on our chairperson, Dr. Angela, for the opening message. Over po, Dra.
Declared by the doctor and the public this is the most important patient is raising series regarding the procurement we done today. Thank you for your and ultimately achievement. Again, Madam
So, ano lang po dito, ano din for those who are nag-qualified pension benefit on both SSS and GSS.
Miss Pao.
Si SSS po kasi makakapag-pension ka pag
Yes po,
Ma'am, can you please adjust the audio? Gari naka-on ang microphone ni Engineer Beam.
for a while lang. Check lang po namin, Ma'am Trish. Thank you po.
Hello. Am I audible now? Thank you very much. So I'll just repeat what I said. I greet you all good morning to the PAC Vice Chair, members, TWG, BACTEC, our end users, and of course our prospective bidders. This is the opportune time to clarify and raise your concerns with the technical specifications in the procurement of our items for today. We thank you for your continued support and commitment in achieving our goals of providing adequate health services to all Bicolanos and in turn achieve a universal healthcare. Again, we thank you.
Thank you po, Dr. Angela. So to continue po, we have also our technical working group under drugs and medicine category, headed by the TWG chairperson, Dr. Lulu Ramos Santiago. Good morning po, Dr. Lulu. For the TWG members po, we have Ms. Sarah May Magtanob. Good morning po, Ma'am Sarah. Miss Julie Ann Granadino. Good morning po, Ma'am Julie. We have also Dr. Raymond Martin Corpus. Good morning po, Dr. Raymond. And lastly po, Miss Kathleen Jane Cobello. Good morning po, Ma'am Kat. For the technical working group under equipment category, we have Mr. Samuel David Banico, the TWG chairperson. Good morning po, Sir Sam.
Maga.
Good morning po. We have also the TWG members. We have the following, Dr. Xavier Vallejo. Good morning po. Mr. Mark Ryan Gulmatico. Good morning po.
Morning po.
Mr. John Dominic Bulunya. Good morning po.
Good morning po. Guwapo.
We have also Miss Angelica Dado. Good morning po, Ma'am Angie. We have also Miss Maita Mortega. Good morning po. Wala sa audio po. So we have also Miss Maria Cecilia Pan. Good morning po, Ma'am Ses.
Good morning.
Morning po. We have also Mr. Bernard Mongo. Good morning po, Sir Bernard. And we have also Mr. Daryl Balane. Good morning po, Sir Daryl.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning po.
Speaker.
Ulit na lang. So for the back secretariat po, we have Miss Liberty Tapado, the head of the back secretariat. Good morning po.
Good morning, everyone.
For the back secretariat members po, we have Mr. Michael Angelo Aquino. Good morning po. Miss Cherry May Almeida. Good morning po.
Good morning po.
And yours truly po, Miss Pauline Jane Loyola. So for our projects po for today, we have 9 projects po. 8 projects for drugs and medicine and 1 project po for medical supplies for agents and equipment category. So for the drugs and medicine po, we have supply and delivery of vitamins and minerals under IB number 26-15, ABC 17,175,747 pesos and 94 centavos. Number 2, supply and delivery of anti-hypertensive medicines under IB number 26-12. EBC is 36,501,859 pesos and 95 centavos. Number 3, supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-08. EBC is 1,689,439 pesos and 50 centavos. Number 4, supply and delivery of ethanylestradiol plus levonorgestrel under IB number 26-09. ABC is 4,793,592 pesos and 74 centavos. Number 5, supply and delivery of various various supplements for nutrition program under IB number 26-11. ABC is 25,334,216 pesos. Number 6, supply and delivery of anti-diabetic medicines under IB number 26-13. EBC is 4,880,067 pesos and 44 centavos. Number 7, supply and delivery of antimicrobial medicines under IB number 26-14. EBC is 496,920 pesos. Number 8, supply and delivery of anti-lipidemics medicines under IB number 26-16. EBC is 8,170,969 pesos and 60 centavos. So for medical supplies, reagents, and equipment project, we have one project, supply and delivery of various medical supplies and devices under IB number 26-10. ABC is 24,040,603 pesos only. So ang purpose po ng ating pre-bidding conference is number 1, to clarify and address bidders' question on the different aspects of the procurement at hand. And number 2, for bidders to fully understand the requirements. So note that any statement issued shall not modify the terms unless in writing and issued through supplemental bid bulletin. So for our procurement timeline, for the deadline for the submission of bids, it will be on December 22, 2025, 9 a.m. Deadline for the clarification of the requirements hanggang December 12, 2025. Issuance of bid bulletin is on December 15, 2025. So the bid opening will be held immediately after the deadline of submission of bids. So instructions to bidders po. For the eligibility and technical documents, have the table of contents. So next po is the valid and updated PhilJEPS registration certificate, platinum membership, all pages in accordance with section 63.2 of the IRR of RA number 12009. So kung ang i-attach na po natin na PhilJEPS ay yung may recitals po na 1 to 4. Next po is the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, which are similar or not similar in nature and complexity as the project subject of the bidding. So ito pong form ng statement of all ongoing government and private contracts ay makikita po natin sa last part po ng bidding documents po. So yun po ang gagamitin natin na form po for ongoing contracts. Next po is the statement of single largest completed contracts, which are similar in nature and complexity as the project subject of the bidding. So ito naman pong form ng SLCC ay makikita din po sa last part ng bidding documents po. So ito din po ang ating gagamitin na form for the SLCC. So please be reminded that the single largest completed contract shall be supported with end users acceptance or official receipts or sales invoice issued for the contract if completed. This is under GPPB Resolution number 16-2020. So kung ano lang po ang nakalagay dito, yun lang po ang pwede natin i-attach pang support po sa ating SLCC. Next po is the net financial contracting capacity or the NFCC. So the bidder must submit a computation of its NFCC which must be at least equal to the ABC to be bid, calculated as follows. Ito po ang NFCC natin. NFCC equals current assets minus current liabilities times 15 minus the value of all outstanding or uncompleted portions of the projects under ongoing contracts, including awarded contracts yet to be started. So next po is the bid security. The bid security shall be in the form of a bid securing declaration or any of the following forms and amounts. So pwede po ang cash or cashier's or manager's check, bank draft guarantee, or irrevocable letter of credit issued by a universal or commercial bank. This is 2% of the total ABC, or surety bond, 5% of the total ABC with a certificate from the Insurance Commission. Next po is compliance with Section 6 Schedule of Requirements or the delivery schedule. So ito pong form ng Schedule of Requirement, you just need to sign po this document po sa babang part ng Schedule of Requirements. So next po is the statement of compliance with Section 7 Technical Specifications. So dito naman po sa technical specifications, kailangan lang po natin maglagay kung tayo po ay comply or not comply po sa kada parameter po ng technical specifications. So kung kayo po ay no bid sa item na ito, ilalagay nyo lang po is not comply. And don't forget po na fill upan yung nasa babang part ng technical specifications. Next po is the notarized omnibus sworn statement. So ito po ay makikita din po sa section 8 ng bidding documents. Ito po ay may 11 items po or 11 recitals. So bago po natin i-print, kindly check kung ito po ay may 11 na recitals. Next po is the Class B document, joint venture agreement if applicable. Kung tayo po ay may ka-joint venture, partners on joint venture agreement shall both submit their PhilJEPS registration platinum certificate. So, yung list po ng mga i-attach natin sa bidding documents po natin ay nakalagay sa Section 8 of the published Philippine bidding document. Next po, ito po ang ating common reasons for disqualification observed during bid opening. So number 1, late submission of the bidding documents. So kung maaari lamang po, tayo po ay magbayad ahead of time para po may time pa po si cashier sa pag-verify po ng inyong mga dineposit po na payment sa bidding documents at para hindi po tayo malate ang pag-submit ng bidding documents. So number 2, incomplete documentary requirements. So meron po tayong section 8 checklist. Kindly check po doon and sa ating bid data sheet kung ano po yung mga dapat nating i-attach. Number 3, failure to sign relevant documents. Number 4, amount of SLCC is insufficient with the required percentage. And number 5, incomplete item in the omnibus sworn statement. Number 6, failure to sign each and every page of the bid form, including the price schedule. And number 7, failure to attach and sign the terms and conditions if required. For the sealing of bidding document, so please prepare. Kung tayo po ay magsasubmit ng bidding documents po na hard copy, so ito po ay para sa inyo. Please prepare the technical component in one folder and another folder for the financial component. So next po, bidders shall enclose their technical document described in one sealed envelope marked technical component and the financial component in another sealed envelope marked financial component. So sealing them all in an outer envelope marked bid. So the bid as indicated in the bid document shall be typed or written in ink and shall be signed by the bidder or its duly authorized representatives. So for the markings po, all envelopes shall contain the name of the contract to be bid in capital letters and must bear the specific identification of this bidding project indicated in the ITB Clause 1.1, bear the name and address of the bidder in capital letters, and be addressed to the procuring entities back in accordance with ITB Clause 1.1, and bear a warning, do not open before the date and time for the opening of bids in accordance with ITB Clause 19. So for the information po of our prospective bidders, no required po pen color of pen ink, folder, or envelope. Any color po is accepted. So each and every page of the documents is to be signed or initialed by the authorized representative of the company based on their board resolution, including separators. Each and every page is preferred to be consecutively numbered or page, including separators. The documents are preferred to be ring-bound to prevent tampering of files. The documents are preferred to be labeled or indexed up with corresponding annex label. So reminder, the page numbering Ring binding, index tabbing, labeling are not compulsory and will not be a ground for disqualification. However, to protect the integrity of your submittals, we strongly recommend that you follow the said format. Documents po to be submitted by the lowest calculated bidder for post-qualification. Letter A, latest income tax return or the BIR form 1701Q or 1702Q filed through EFPS, duly validated with tax payments made thereon. And number 2, latest business tax return or the BIR form 2550Q filed through EFPS, duly validated with tax payments made thereon. Number 3, Annex A of the PhilJEP certificate and all the eligibility documents supporting its PhilJEP certificate of registration, platinum membership. And number 4, a photocopy of SLCC contract or purchase order. So note, the latest income and business tax returns are those within the last 6 months preceding the date of bid submission. A reminder po, failure of the lowest calculated bidder to duly submit the post-qualification documents within 5 calendar days from receipt of notification or a finding against the veracity of such shall be a ground for disqualification. So under section 61.1 of the IRR of RA 12009, members of the BAC, its staff and personnel, secretariat and technical working group, as well as observers, are prohibited from making or accepting any communication with any bidder regarding the evaluation of their bids until the issuance of the notice of award. However, the BAC, through its secretariat, may ask the bidder in writing for clarification of its bid. All responses to request for clarification shall be in writing. So ito po ang aming contacts, public bidding at bicol.doh.gov.ph, telephone number 204-0050 or 204-0040 or 742-1731, local 5170. At ang aming website po kung saan kami nagpo-post ng bidding documents po and other opportunities, bicol.doh.gov.ph. So kung tayo po ay magbabayad po through bank transfer at marami po tayong sasalihan na ID, so gaya na lang po nitong format, sa pag-email niyo po sa amin together with the deposit slip, name of project po or IB number with corresponding amount. So meron pong example, palagay din po ng name of company, name of the representative, contact number po ninyo, and kung saan po kayo nag-deposit ng payment nyo po, kung saang branch po kayo nag-deposit ng payment nyo po sa bidding documents. So mamaya po, for question and answer before raising your query po, tayo po ay re-receive po ng inyong mga query after po ma-discuss ang kada project. So before raising the query, please state po your name of the company, and name of the project po na kung saan po kayo interested. So yun lamang po ang aming presentation. Let us start po sa ating first project. So for our first project po, ano na pa siya? So our first project po is supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-08. Apo. So may we know po from our prospective bidder kung meron pong interested po sa project pong ito. Pa-thumbs up naman po. Meron po. So meron pong interested. So for this project po, ang magdi-discuss po ay ang ating bank member, Miss Trisha Barroso. Ma'am Trish, over po.
Okay, thank you, Miss Pao. Miss Pao, clear po ang audio? Can you hear me loud and clear, Miss Pao? Hala. Hello, Miss Pao? Miss Pao? Miss
Ma'am
Pao, can you hear me
Trish,
loud and clear?
yan na po. Yes
Okay,
po.
thank you. Okay, good morning once again. Good morning, Pao, and the rest of our bidders and my co-back members. Now, flash on your screen. This is now for the invitation to bid for the supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines. This is under IB number 26-08. So DOH, Bicol Center for Health Development, through the NEP, intends to apply the sum of 1,689,439 and 50 being the approved budget for the contract or the ABC to payment under the contract for supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under IB number 26-08. Okay, item number 2. So because CHD now is inviting bids for the supply and delivery of various drugs and medicines under the same IDB number. Okay, so bidding will be conducted through a competitive bidding procedure using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion as specified in the IRR of RA 12009. So under this, bidding is restricted to Filipino citizens, sole proprietorship, partnership, or organization with at least 60% interest or outstanding capital stock belonging to citizens of the Philippines and to the citizens or organization of a country, the laws or regulations of which grant similar rights or privileges to Filipino citizens. This is pursuant to RA number 5183. So interested bidders may obtain further information from DOH Bicol CHD and inspect the bidding documents at address given below from Mondays to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Number 5, complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders starting December 2, last December 2 to December 22 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the 3PPB in the amount of 5,000 pesos only. Okay. So it may also be downloaded free of charge from the website of the Philippine Government Electronic Procurement System or the PhilJEPS and the website of the procuring entity, provided that bidders shall pay the applicable fee for the bidding documents not later than the submission of their bids. Next, Ms. Pao. So, ito po yung address, account name pala, DOH-CHD Bicol. Yung branch po is LBP or Land Bank of the Philippines Legazpi branch with an account number 0132-1068-51. Number 6, the DOH Bicol CHD will hold. We are now conducting the pre-bid conference at DOH Bicol CHD through video conferencing via Google Meet, which shall be open to prospective bidders. So, ginaganap na po natin ngayon yung ating pre-bid. Bids must be duly received by the Bids and Awards Committee Secretariat through manual submission at the office address indicated below, or you can submit it online submission as indicated below on or before December 22, 9 a.m. Please take note that late bids shall not be accepted. Number 8, all bids All bids must be accompanied by a bid security in any of the acceptable forms and in the amount stated in ITB clause 16.1. Number 9. Now the bid opening, this will be on December 22, 9 a.m. at DOHB CHD Legazpi via Google Meet. Bids will be opened in the presence of the bidders' representatives who choose to attend the activity. Now, item 10, in case of electronic bid submission, please take note of the following. Bids must contain the technical and financial eligibility requirements inside 2 separate archive and password protected folders. This should be in a PDF format. Bullet 2. The folder containing the technical eligibility requirement must be named and identified with the word technical. Nakita niyo naman po siguro kung paano yan gagawin. Okay? Bullet 3. The folder containing the financial eligibility requirements must be named and identified with the word financial. Please take note po na sa baba po niyan yung example. Bullet 4. The archive password protected technical and financial folders must be placed inside a main folder with a file name indicating the ITB number followed by the name of your company. Please pay particular attention po, especially dun po sa mga phrases na naka-underline. Okay po? Bullet 5. The main folder shall again be archived without password protection. Bullet 6. All electronic submission must be submitted on or before December 22, 2025, 9 a.m. Philippine Standard Time. 2. Eto, dito nyo po isasubmit kung electronic submission po. It should be public bidding at bicol.doh.gov.ph. Please take note of the address. Bullet 7. The subject of your email must indicate the ITB number followed by the name of your company in uppercase format, exactly as seen in the example below. Okay? Bullet 8. Upon submission, bidder shall receive an acknowledgement from the DOH Bicol CHD Back Secretariat confirming the receipt. So, ibig sabihin po, pag nag-submit po kayo, dapat po may matanggap kayong acknowledgement from the DOH Bicol CHD Back Secretariat. Okay? Bullet 9. The acknowledgement shall serve as a proof of submission of the bidding document. Bullet 10. Bidders who submit through electronic mail but did not receive an acknowledgement are advised to review the subject of their submission to make sure that it follows the required format. Bullet 11, if the bidders are still encountering problems with their bid submission, kindly contact the DOH Bicol CHD Back Secretariat during office hours at the numbers indicated. Okay? So that you will be assisted. Now, for bidders who submitted bids through electronic mail, the passwords for accessing the bidding documents will be disclosed by the bidders only during the actual bid opening, which may be done through video conferencing, webcasting, or similar technology. Number 11, DOH Bicol CHD reserves the right to reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, or not award the contract at any time prior to contract award in accordance with Section 70 of the RA number 12009 without incurring any liability to the affected bidder or bidders. Should you have any further information, please refer or you may refer it to Ms. Liberty Tapado, the head of the Back Secretariat, on the address and the contact number indicated. Item number 13, you may visit the following website. Now, for downloading of bidding documents, dito nyo po ipapadala bicol.doh.gov.ph. For electronic bid submission naman, dito naman po public bidding at bicol.doh.gov.ph. So this was issued December 2, 2025 and this was signed by the chairperson of the BAC, Dr. Angela Maria Rempilio. Next, Ms. Pao. For any questions and our clarification, we will entertain that later on po. Okay. So dito na po tayo. So number 1, the scope of bid. The procuring entity named in the BDS invites bid for the project with identification number which shall be specified in the bid BDS. 1.2, the project is composed of number of lots or items as provided in the BDS, the details of which are described in Section 7. Later on po, pupunta natin ang Section 7. The Section 7 is the technical specification. Let's proceed with the source of funds. The procuring entity has a budget or has received funds from the funding source named in the BDS and in the amount indicated in the BDS. It intends to apply part of the funds received for this project to cover eligible payments under the contract. Number 3, please bear with me, kailangan po basahin namin ko ito lahat because later on po, yung salient points na lang ibang project. Okay? So number 3, corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices. Unless otherwise specified in the BDS, the procuring entity as well as the bidders and suppliers shall observe the highest standard of ethics during the procurement and execution of the contract. In pursuance of this policy, the procuring entity A defines for purposes of this provision the following terms under existing laws and rules and regulations. Corrupt practice means an act by which officials in the public or private sectors improperly and unlawfully enrich themselves, others, or induce others to do so by misusing the position in which they are placed, and includes the offering, giving, receiving, or soliciting of anything of value to influence the action of any such official in the procure such officials in the procurement process or in contract execution, entering on behalf of the government into any contract or transaction manifestly and grossly disadvantageous to the same, whether or not the public officer profited or will profit thereby, and similar acts as provided in RA number 3019. Fraudulent practice, what does it mean? It means a misrepresentation of facts for purposes of influencing a procurement process or the execution of a contract to the detriment of the procuring entity, which includes collusive practices among bidders designed to establish bid prices at artificial, non-competitive levels and to deprive the procuring entity of the benefits of free and open competition. Ano naman po ang collusive practices? This means a scheme or arrangement between two or more bidders with or without the knowledge of the procuring entity designed to establish bid prices at artificial, non-competitive levels. Ano naman po ang item 4? This is the coercive practice. This means harming or threatening to harm directly or indirectly persons or their property to influence, Ms. Pao, to influence their participation in a procurement process or affect the execution of a contract. Obstructive practice is letter A, deliberately destroying, falsifying, altering, or concealing of evidence material to administrative proceedings or investigations, or making false statements to investigators in order to materially impede administrative proceedings or investigation of the procuring entity or any foreign government or foreign or international financing institution relative to allegations of a corrupt, fraudulent, coercive, or collusive practice, and or threatening, harassing, or intimidating any party to prevent the latter from disclosing its knowledge of matters relevant to the administrative proceedings of investigation or from pursuing such proceedings or investigation, or Letter B, it's an act intended to materially impede the exercise of the inspection and audit rights of the procuring entity or any foreign government or foreign or international financing institution herein. Letter B undertakes to reject a proposal for award upon prima facie in determination that the bidder recommended for award has engaged in any of the prohibited practices mentioned in this clause for purposes of competing for the contract. 3.2. Further, the procuring entity will seek to impose the maximum civil, administrative, and or criminal penalties available under applicable laws on individuals and organizations deemed to be involved in any of the practices mentioned in the ITB Clause 3.1. 3.3. Furthermore, the funding source and the procuring entity reserve the right to inspect and audit records and accounts of a bidder or supplier in the bidding for the performance of a contract themselves or through independent auditors as reflected in the GCC Clause number 3. Number 4, conflict of interest. Under 4.1, all bidders found to have conflicting interests shall be disqualified to participate in the procurement at hand without prejudice to the imposition of appropriate administrative, civil, and criminal sanctions. A bidder may be considered to have conflicting interests with another bidder in any of the events described in the paragraphs A through C below and a general conflict of interest in any of the circumstances set out in the paragraphs B and F below. Ano po yung letter A? A bidder has controlling shareholders or beneficial owners in common with another bidder. Okay. Letter B, a bidder receives or has received any direct or indirect subsidy from any other bidders. Letter C, a bidder has the same legally authorized representative as that of another bidder for purposes of this bid. Next, Ms. Pao. Letter D, a bidder has a relationship directly or through third parties that puts them in a position to have access to information about or influence on the bid of another bidder or influence the decision of the procuring entity regarding this bidding process. This may include a firm or an organization that lends or temporarily seconds its personnel to firms or organizations that are engaged in consulting services for the preparation related to the procurement for or implementation of the project, if the personnel would be involved in any capacity on the same project. Letter E, a bidder who participated as a consultant in the preparation of the design of or technical specification of the goods and relative services that are the subject of the bid. Mhm. And last, letter F, a bidder who lends or temporarily seconds its personnel to firms or organizations which are engaged in consulting services for the preparation related to the procurement for or implementation of the project, if the personnel will be involved in any capacity on the same project. Under 4.2, all bidding documents shall be accompanied by an omnibus sworn statement of the bidder that is not related by consanguinity or affinity up to the third level to the hope or the head of the procuring entity, procurement agent, the head of the project, management office, the end user or implementing unit, or any member of the bids and awards committee, technical working group, and the back secretariat. The bidder shall also disclose the ultimate beneficial ownership of an entity. Failure to comply shall be a ground for the automatic disqualification of the bid in consonance with Section 59 of the IRR. For this reason, relation to the aforementioned persons within the third civil degree of consanguinity or affinity shall automatically disqualify the bidder from participating in the procurement of contracts of the procuring entity, notwithstanding the act of such persons inhibiting themselves from the procurement process. This clause shall apply to the following person and affiliates. Letter A. In the case of individuals or sole proprietorship, to the bidders and their spouses. Letter B. In the case of partnerships, to the partnership itself and its partners. Letter C. In the case of cooperatives, to the cooperative itself and the members of the board of directors, general manager, or chief executive officer. Letter D. A partnership, joint venture, or consortium which is blacklisted or which has blacklisted members or partners as well as persons or entity who is a member of a blacklisted joint venture or consortium are likewise not allowed to participate in any government procurement during the period of suspension or blacklisting. And last, letter E. In the case of corporation, a single stockholder together with their relatives to the third civil degree of consanguinity or affinity and their assignees, holding at least 20% of the shares therein, its chairperson and president shall be blacklisted after determined to hold the same controlling interest in a previously blacklisted corporation or in two corporations that have been blacklisted, the corporation of which they are part or shall also be blacklisted. Number 5. So, sino po yung eligible bidders? 5.1. Under eligible bidders, only bids found to be legally, technically, and financially eligible will be evaluated. For procurement of goods, the following persons shall be eligible to participate in this bidding. A. Duly licensed Filipino citizen or sole proprietorship. Letter B. Partnerships duly organized under the laws of the Philippines and of which at least 60% of the interest belongs to the citizen of the Philippines. Letter C. Corporations duly organized under the laws of the Philippines and of which at least 60% of the outstanding capital stock belongs to the citizens of the Philippines. Letter D. Cooperatives duly organized under the laws of the Philippines. And last, letter E. Persons or entities forming themselves into a joint venture, example, group of two or more persons or entities that intend to be jointly and severally responsible for liable for a particular contract, provided, however, that Filipino ownership or interest of the JV joint venture concerned shall be at least 60%. For this purpose, Filipino ownership of interest shall be based on the contributions of each of the members of the JVA as specified in the joint venture agreement, provided further that the primary purpose of each member of the JV must be similar to or related with the requirements of the project to be bid out. 5.2. Foreign bidders may be eligible to participate when any of the following circumstances exist, as specified in the BDS. Letter A. When provided for under any treaty or international or executive agreement as provided in Section 4 of the IRR. Letter B. When the foreign supplier is a citizen, corporation, or association of a country, the laws or regulation of which grants reciprocal rights of privileges to citizens, corporations, or associations of the Philippines. Letter C. When the goods sought to be procured are not available from local suppliers. Or letter D. When there is a need to prevent situations that defeat competition or restrain trade. 5.3. GOCCs may be eligible to participate only if they can establish that they are A. That they are legally and financially autonomous. B. Operate under commercial law. And letter C. Are not attached agencies of the procuring entity. 5.4. The bidder must have completed within a period of 10 years from the submission of the bid, unless a shorter period is indicated in the invitation to bid and BDS. A single largest completed contract or the SLCC that is similar to Ms. Pau. similar to the procurement of project to be bid, and whose value must be equivalent to at least 50% of the ABC adjusted to current prices using the Philippine Statistics Authority consumer price indices. 5.5. If the procuring entity determines that it is necessary to adopt a different SLCC requirement to ensure broader bidder participation while establishing their technical capacity, it may allow bidders to present a combination of contracts completed within the same period, provided their total value is at least 50% of the ABC. Thus, A, the bidder should have completed at least one similar contract amounting to at least 25% of the ABC, and B, the bidder should have completed other contracts, whether similar or not, within an aggregate amount of at least 25% of the ABC. For this purpose, the procuring entity may clarify in the BDS the definition of description of what it considers to be similar project, which must be germane to the kind, class, or genus of goods or services to be procured, guided by the principle of proportionality and fit for purpose approach. 5.6. The bidder must submit a computation of its NFCC, which must be at least equal to the ABC to be bid, calculated as follows. Ms. Pau, I guess this was already discussed by you. Should I still read this one, the NFCC? Ms. Pau?
Hello po, Ma'am Fish.
Yes po. Yes, Mac.
Ma'am, for reiteration po.
Okay.
Basahin na lang po lahat, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Mac. Sige.
Yes po.
So for the
Okay.
purpose of reiterating this, especially to our bidders, I will still read this one. So 5.6, the bidder must submit a computation of its NFCC, which must be at least equal to the ABC to be bid, calculated as follows. So paano po yan sa NFCC? So your current assets minus current liabilities minus the value of all outstanding or uncompleted portions for the project under ongoing contracts, including awarded contracts yet to be started, coinciding with the contract to be bid. Now, the value of the domestic bidder's current assets and the current liabilities shall be based on the latest audited financial statement submitted to the BIR not earlier than 2 years prior to the date of bid submission. For purposes of computing the foreign bidder's NFCC, the value of the current asset and current liabilities shall be based on their latest AFS or the audited financial statement prepared in accordance with international financial reporting standards. If the bidder, Ms. Pao, okay. If the bidder opts to submit a committed line of credit, it must be at least equal to 10% of the ABC to be bid, provided that if issued by a foreign bank, it shall be confirmed or authenticated by a local bank. Number 6, what will now be the bidder's responsibilities? Under this 6.1, the bidder or its duly authorized representative shall submit an omnibus sworn statement in the form prescribed in section 8, Philippine bidding document related forms as required in ITB clause 12.1. Okay, pinakita na ito ni Pao kanina. Under this 6.2, before submitting their bids, the bidder is deemed to be knowledgeable with all the existing laws, decrees, ordinances, acts, and regulations of the Philippines which may affect this project in any way. 6.3, the bidder undertook the following responsibilities. Under 6.3, letter A, took steps to carefully examine and ensure full understanding and comprehension of the bidding documents, its requirements, clauses, and provisions. Letter B, acknowledge all conditions, local or otherwise, affecting the implementation of the contract. Letter C, made an estimate of the facilities available and needed for the contract to be bid, if any. Letter D, complied with responsibility to inquire or secure the supplemental bid bulletins as provided under ITB Clause 10.4. Letter E, ensured that it is not blacklisted or barred from bidding by the government of the Philippines or any of its agencies, offices, corporation, or LGUs, including foreign government or foreign or international financing institution whose blacklisting rules have been recognized by the JPPB by itself or by reason of its relation, membership, association, affiliation, or controlling interest with another blacklisted person or entity. Letter F. Letter F, Ms. Pau. Mac. Letter F. Ensured that each of the documents submitted in satisfaction with the bidding requirements is an authentic copy of the original, complete, and that all statements and information provided therein are true and correct. Letter G. Authorize the HOPE or the head of the procuring entity or its duly authorized representative to verify all the documents submitted. Letter H. Ensure that the signatory is a duly authorized representative of the bidder and granted full power and authority to do, execute, and perform any and all acts of necessary to participate, submit bids, to sign and execute the ensuing contract, accompanied by their duly authorized special power of attorney, board of partnership, resolution, or secretary certificate, whichever is applicable. Letter I. Complied with the disclosure provision under Section 81 and 82 of RA 12009 and its IRR in relation to other provisions of RA 3019. Letter J. Complied with the existing labor laws and standards in the case of procurement of services. Moreover, the bidders undertakes to. Under letter J, we have 1. Ensure the entitlement of workers to wages, hours of work, safety and health, and other prevailing conditions of work as established by national laws, rules and regulations, or collective bargaining agreement or at arbitration award, if and when applicable. In case there is finding in the procuring entity or the Department of Labor Employment of underpayment or non-payment of worker wages and wage-related benefits, the bidder agrees that the performance, security, or portion of the contract amount shall be withheld in favor of the complaining workers pursuant to appropriate provisions of RA 12009 without prejudice to the institution of appropriate actions under the Labor Code as amended and other social legislations. Number 2, Item 2, comply with the occupational safety and health standard and correct deficiencies, if any. In case of imminent danger, injury, or death of the worker, the bidder undertake the suspends contract implementation pending clearance to resume from the DOLE regional office in compliance with the work stoppage order. And number 3, inform the workers of their conditions of work, labor clauses under the contract specifying wages, hours of work, and other benefits under prevailing national laws, rules and regulation, or CBA or arbitration award, if and when applicable, through posting into conspicuous places in the establishment's premises. Okay? Letter K. Ensure that it did not give or pay directly or indirectly any commission amount, fee, or any form of consideration, pecuniary or otherwise, to any person or official, personnel, or representative of the government in relation to any procurement project or activity. Letter L. Examine all instructions, form, terms, and specification in the bidding documents. Letter M. Determine and comply with all the matters pertaining to the contract to be bid, including but not limited to: first, the location and the nature of the project; 2, climatic conditions; 3, transportation facilities; and 4, other factors that may affect the cost, duration, and execution or implementation of this project. And last, letter N, Ensure that all information in the bidding documents, including bid or supplemental bid bulletins issued are correct and consistent. The procuring entity shall not assume any responsibility regarding erroneous interpretation or conclusion by the prospective or eligible bidder out of the data furnished by the procuring entity. So, failure to observe any of the above responsibilities shall be at risk of the bidder concerned. So, please take note of your responsibility as bidders. 6.4, further, the bidder shall bear all costs associated with the preparation and submission of its bid, and the procuring entity shall in no case be responsible for or liable for those costs regardless of the conduct or outcome of the bidding process. In case of failure of bidding, the bidding documents may be applied in the rebidding for the same project. And 6.5, furthermore, the bidder should be aware that the procuring entity will accept bids only from those that have paid the applicable fee for the bidding documents at the office indicated in the invitation to bid. Okay? So yun pa ang responsibility ng mga bidders. Number 7, origin of goods. Unless otherwise indicated in the BDS, there is no restriction on the origin of goods other than those prohibited by decision of the United Nations Security Council taken under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the UN. Next. Subcontract. So for subcontract, please take note of the 3 sub-items. 8.1, unless otherwise specified in the BDS, the bidder may subcontract portion of the goods to an extent as may be approved by the HOOP and as stated in the BDS. However, the subcontracted portion shall not exceed 20% or a different percentage of the ABC on a per project basis as approved by the Chief BPB. 8.2, subcontracting of any portion of this project shall not relieve the bidder from any liability or obligation that may arise from the contract. 8.3, subcontractors must meet the eligibility criteria and submit the same eligibility documents as the general contractor. Failure of subcontractor to meet the eligibility criteria does not affect the eligibility of the general contractor for the project. In such case, the portion intended for the subcontracted to the ineligible subcontractor shall be assumed by the general contractor. 8.4, subcontracting arrangement. If allowed, including the time of submission of the eligibility documents of the subcontractor, shall be disclosed in the BDS. So, now proceed with the contents of the bidding documents. For the pre-bid conference, if so specified in the BDS, a pre-bid conference shall be held either at the procuring entity's physical address and or online through video conferencing, webcasting, or a similar technology or a combination thereof on the date indicated therein to clarify and address the bidder's questions on the technical specification and financial component of this project. Hence, we are now conducting this pre-bid conference. So later on, if you have questions, please raise it. But for now, we will continue with the reading po. Number 9.2, the pre-bid conference shall be held at least 12 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids, but not earlier than 7 calendar days from the posting of the invitation to bid and the other bidding documents in the field reps. So pasok naman po tayo kasi ang bidding natin will be on December 22. 9.3. Bidders are highly encouraged to attend the pre-bid conference to fully understand the procuring entity's requirements, while non-attendance of the bidder will in no way prejudice its bid. The bidder is deemed to know any changes and or amendments to the bidding documents as may be provided in the supplemental bid. Now, the proceeding of the pre-bid conference shall be recorded. Corresponding minutes shall be prepared not later than 5 calendar days after the pre-bid conference. The minutes shall be made available to prospective bidders not later than 5 days upon written request. So this is now the opportune time for our bidders to raise your questions with regards to the technical specification and financial specifications. Kasi during the bidding, we will no longer entertain po your questions or clarification. 9.4. Decisions of the BAC amending any provision of the bidding document shall be issued in writing through a supplemental bid bulletin at least 7 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. So, interested bidders, kailangan po every now and then you have to check po kasi nagpapadala po ang back natin, ang backsec, should there be instruction in a form of a supplemental bid bulletin. Okay? Next. Okay. 10, clarification and amendment of bidding documents. 10.1, prospective bidders may request for clarification on or interpretation of any part of the bidding document. Such request must be in writing and submitted to the back of the procuring entity at the address or electronic mail indicated in the BDS or through the electronic bidding facility of field checks, as may be applicable at least 10 calendar days before the deadline set for the submission and receipt of bids. 10.2. The BAC shall respond to the said request by issuing a supplemental bid bulletin duly signed by the BAC chairperson, and it shall be made available to all those who have properly secured the bidding documents at least 7 calendar days before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. 10.3, supplemental bid bulletins may also be issued upon the procuring entity's initiative for purposes of clarifying or modifying any provision of the bidding documents not later than 7 calendar days before the deadline, the submission, and or receipt of bids. Any modification to the bidding document shall be identified as an amendment. 10.4, and a supplemental bid bulletin issued by the BAC shall also be posted in the field checks in any conspicuous place in the premises of the procuring entity and on the website or social media platforms of the procuring entity, if available, or such other channels as may be authorized by the GPPB. It shall be the responsibility of all prospective bidders, including those who have properly secured the bidding documents, to inquire and secure supplemental bid bulletins that may be issued by the BAC. However, bidders who have submitted bids before the issuance of the supplemental bid must be accordingly informed by the BAC and be allowed to modify or withdraw their bids prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids in accordance with ITB Clause 2.1. Preparation of bids. Language of bids, the eligibility requirement or statements, the bids and all other documents to be submitted to the BAC must be in English. If the eligibility requirement or statements, the bids, and all other documents submitted to the BAC are in foreign language other than English, it must be accompanied by translation of the documents in English. The document shall be translated by the relevant foreign government agency. The foreign government agency authorized to translate documents or registered translator in the foreign bidders authority at bidder's country. The bidder shall cause the authentication of the translated documents and shall be authenticated by the appropriate Philippine Foreign Service established or post or the equivalent office having jurisdiction over the foreign bidders' affairs in the Philippines. The English translation shall govern for purposes of interpretation of the bid. However, for contracting parties to the apostille convention, the document shall be authenticated through an apostille by the competent authority as defined in section 20.9.2 of the IRR, except for countries identified by the DFA that will still require legalization by the relevant embassy or consulate. Documents comprising the bid, technical and financial component. Okay, so under this, 12.1. Aray. The first bid envelope shall contain the following technical documents, including the eligibility documents. Ms. Pao, for a while lang po. Okay, sorry for the interruption po. Okay, dito na po tayo sa 12.1. The first bid envelope shall contain the following technical documents, including the eligibility documents. So, dapat po, nakapasok po sa technical documents are the following po. Field job certificate of registration, it should be in platinum membership. Number 2, statement of your single largest completed contract. 3, your NFCC computation or committed line of credit. 4, the statement of all its ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started, if any, whether similar or not similar in nature and complexity to the contract to be bid. 5, if applicable, JVA or in the absence of a JVA, duly notarized statement from all potential JV partners stating that they will enter into and abide by the provision of the JVA in the event that the bid is successful. 6, your bid security in the prescribed form and amount in accordance with ITB Clause 16 and validity period under ITB Clause 15. Number 7, your technical specification, which may include production or delivery schedule, manpower requirement, or after sales services or parts, if applicable. And letter number 8, number 7 yung una, number 8, omnibus sworn statement, and 9, for foreign bidders claiming eligibility by reason of their country's extension of reciprocal rights to Filipinos, a certification from the relevant government office of their country stating that Filipinos are allowed to participate in their government procurement activities for the same item or product. So that completes your technical documents, your technical folder. Dito naman po sa 12.2, the second bid envelope shall contain the following financial documents. Ano-ano po ito? Of course, A, yung bid form which includes the bid price. Letter B, price schedules in accordance with ITB Clause 13.1. And letter C, if applicable, certificate of domestic preference in accordance with ITB Clause 25. Now, 12.3, whenever necessary, modifications may be made to the foregoing components, specifically for major and specialized procurement, to suit the particular needs of the procuring entity subject to the approval of the GPPB. 12.4, all bids that exceed the ABC shall not be accepted. Again, all bids that exceed the ABC shall not be accepted unless otherwise indicated in the BDS. For foreign funded procurement, the ABC shall be applied as the ceiling to bid prices provided the following conditions are met. And what are these conditions? A, bidding documents are obtainable free of charge on a freely accessible website. If payment of bidding documents is required by the procuring entity, payment could be made upon the submission of bids. Letter B, the procuring entity has procedures in place to ensure that ABC is based on recent estimates made by the responsible unit of the procuring entity and that the estimates reflect the quality, supervision, and risk and inflationary factors as well as prevailing market prices associated with the types of work or goods to be procured. Letter C, the procuring entity has trained cost estimators in estimating prices and analyzing bid variances. Letter D, the procuring entity has established a system to monitor and report bid prices relative to ABC and engineers procuring entities estimate. Letter E, the procuring entity has established a monitoring and evaluation system for contracts implementation to provide feedback on actual total cost of goods and works. However, the GOP and the foreign government or foreign or international financing institutions may agree to waive the foregoing condition. Number 13, bid prices. Under this, 13.1, the bidder shall accomplish the price schedule form as prescribed by the procuring entity, which may include the following details. A, for goods offered from within the Philippines. 1, the price of the goods quoted. Example, nakalagay naman po dyan yung examples niya. Okay po? Number 2, the cost of all custom duties and sales and other taxes already paid or payable. 3. The cost of transportation, insurance, and other costs incidental to delivery of the goods to their final destination. And 4. The prices of other incidental services, if any, listed in the BDS. Now, for goods naman offered abroad, unless otherwise stated in the BDS, the price of the goods shall be quoted, delivery duty paid, with the place of destination in the Philippines as specified in the BDS. In quoting the price, the bidder shall be free to use transportation through carriers registered in any eligible country. Similarly, the bidder may obtain insurance services from any eligible source country. The price of other services, if any, listed in the BDS. For services based on the form which may be prescribed by the procuring entity in accordance with existing laws, rules, and regulations. 13.2. The bidder shall accomplish the appropriate price schedule included herein, stating the unit price, total price per item, the total amount, and expected countries or origin of the goods to be supplied under this project. The bidder shall fill in rates and prices for all items of the goods described in the price schedule, which shall be presented and computed using up to 2 decimal places unless otherwise indicated in the PDS. 13.3. If the instruction to bidder specifically allows partial bids, bids not addressing or providing all of the required items in the bidding documents, including, where applicable, the price schedule shall be considered non-responsive and shall be automatically disqualified. However, when no price or zero or a dash is indicated in a required item in the bid form, the same shall be construed that it is being offered for free to the government except those required by law or regulation to be provided for. Please take note of this item 13.3 kasi minsan na po itong may isang bidder na nagkamali po dito. Ano po? Now, the terms X, cost, insurance, and freight, cost and insurance paid to, and other trade terms used to describe the obligation of the party shall be governed by the rules prescribed in the current edition of the International Commercial Terms or Incoterms published by the International Chamber of Commerce, Paris. 13.4. Prices quoted by the bidder shall be fixed during the bidder's performance of the contract and not subject to variation or price escalation on any account. A bid submitted with an adjustable price quotation shall be treated as non-responsive and shall be rejected. Okay? Okay. Okay. Bid currencies, number 14. 14.1, prices shall be quoted in the following currencies. For goods that the bidder will supply within the Philippines, the price shall be quoted in Philippine peso. For goods that the bidder will apply from outside the Philippines, the prices may be quoted in the local or tradable currencies accepted by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, as is stated in the BDS. However, for purposes of bid evaluation, bid denominated in foreign currency shall be converted to Philippine currency based on the exchange rate published by the BSP Daily Reference Exchange Rate Bulletin on the day of the bid opening. 14.2. 14.2. If so allowed, in accordance with ITB Clause 14.1, the procuring entity, for purposes of bid evaluation and comparing the bid prices, will convert the amounts in various currencies in which the bid price is expressed to Philippine peso at the foregoing exchange rates. Unless otherwise specified in the BDS, payment of the contract price shall be made in Philippine peso. Okay, 15, bid validity. Under this, 15.1, bid shall remain valid for the period specified in the BDS, which shall not exceed 120 calendar days from the date of the opening of bids. 15.2, should it become necessary to extend the validity of the bids and the bid securities beyond 120 calendar days, the procuring entity concerned shall request in writing all those who submitted bids for such extension before the expiration date. Therefore, bidders, however, shall have the right to refuse to grant such extension without forfeiting their bid security. Okay. So bid security na po tayo, item 16. Kung mababa ka, Ban, bako sa CHD, dyan, kung ade ka mababa. Kung mababa ka, mapabakal akong pinuso sa imo. Kung mababa ka.
Ang Chris, bukas
Ay,
po.
sorry. Let's continue po. Bid security. Sorry po. 16.2. The bidder shall, at its option, submit a bid security in the form and amount as stated in the BDS, which may include the following. So, baba po. Okay. Form of bid security, amount of bid security not less than the required percentage of the ABC. For cash or cashiers managers, for cash, or cashiers or managers check issued by the bank. For biddings conducted by LGs, and the cashiers or managers check may be issued by the other banks certified by the BSP and authorized to issue such financial instrument. So 2% po yan. Bank draft naman or guarantee or irrevocable LOC issued by a bank, provided however that it shall be confirmed or authenticated by a local bank if issued by a foreign bank. So for bidding document conducted by LGUs, bank drafts, guarantee or irrevocable letter of credit may be issued by other banks certified by the BSP as authorized to issue such financial instrument, 5%. For surety bond, callable upon demand issued by a surety or insurance company duly certified by the Insurance Commission as authorized to issue such security, 5% po. For bid securing declaration, it is not applicable. Okay. The bid security shall be denominated in Philippine peso and posted in favor of the procuring entity. 16.2. The bid security should be valid for the period specified in the BDS. Any bid not accompanied by an acceptable bid security shall be considered as non-responsive and rejected by the procuring entity. Okay po. 16.3. In no case shall the bid security be returned later than the expiration of the bid validity period indicated in the BDS unless it has been extended. In case the bidder is required to extend its bid validity, the bidder may at its discretion substitute a bid securing declaration for the extended period as a replacement of its bid security, provided that the option to substitute is indicated in the BDS. 16.4. Upon signing and execution of the contract pursuant to ITB Clause 30 and the posting of the performance security pursuant to ITB Clause 31, the bid security of the successful bidder will be discharged, but in no case later than its validity period as indicated in the ITB Clause 16.2. 16.5. The bid security may be forfeited based on any of the following grounds provided under Rule 8, 10, 11, and 21 of the IRR. A. If a bidder withdraws its bid during the period of bid validity specified in ITB Clause 15. 2. Does not accept the correction of errors pursuant to ITB Clause 26.5, or if it is due to arithmetical error. 3. As a finding against the veracity of any of the documents submitted as stated in ITB Clause 27.2. Pau, Mac. 4. Submits eligibility requirement containing false information or falsified documents. 5. Submits bid that contains false information or falsified documents or the concealment of such information in the bids or to influence the outcome of eligibility screening or any other stage of the public bidding. 6. Allows the use of one's name or uses the name of another for purposes of public bidding. 8. 7. Refuses to accept an award or enter into a contract with the government without justifiable cause after the bidder had been adjudged as having submitted the lowest calculated responsive bid, most economically advantageous responsive bid, or most advantageous responsive bids, or the MARB. 8. It refuses or fails to post the required performance security within the prescribed time. 9. It refuses to clarify or validate in writing its bid during post-qualification within a period of 7 calendar days from receipt of the request for clarification. 10. Has any documented attempt by a bidder to unduly influence the outcome of the bidding in its favor. Or number 11, commits other acts that tend to defeat the purposes of the competitive bidding, competitive dialogue, unsolicited offer with bid matching, and limited source bidding, such as but not limited to habitually withdrawing from bidding, submitting late of bids, patently insufficient bid, or at least 3 times within a year except for valid reason. If a winning bidder, 1. Fails to sign the contract in accordance with ITB Clause 30. Second, if it fails to furnish performance security in accordance with ITB Clause 31, or number 3, it fails to enter into joint venture after the bid is declared successful in case of potential JV partners. 17. Format and signing of bids. 17.1. Bidders shall submit their bids through their duly authorized representative using the appropriate forms provided in Section 8. Later on pa ipapakita yung iba-ibang klaseng forms na gagamitin nyo po. Philippine bidding documents, related forms are on or before the deadline specified in ITB Clause 19 into separate sealed bid envelopes which shall be submitted simultaneously, whether through manual or online submission. The first shall contain the technical component of the bid, including the eligibility requirements under ITB Clause 12, and the second shall contain the financial component of the bid. This shall also be observed for each lot in the case of lot procurement. 17.2. Forms as mentioned in ITB Clause 17.1 must be completed without any alteration to their format. No substitute form shall be accepted. 17.3. Each and every page of the bid form, including the pricing schedule under Section 8 hereof, shall be signed by the duly authorized representative or of the bidder. Failure to do so shall be a ground for the rejection of the bid. So, kailangan po pirmado lahat ng mga pages po. 17.4. Any insertion, erasures, or overwriting shall be valid only if they are signed or initialed by the duly authorized representative of the bidder. 18. Sealing and marking of bids. Okay. 18.1. Bidder shall enclose their technical document described in ITB Clause 12 in one sealed envelope. Na-discuss na po ito kanina. And another sealed envelope marked financial component. Okay. Now, 18.2. The bid as indicated in the bidding document shall be typed or written in ink and shall be signed by the bidder or its duly authorized representative. So all envelopes shall A. Contain the name of the contract to be bid in capital letters. Letter B. Bear the name of the rest of the bidder in capital letters. Letter C. Be addressed to the procuring entities back in accordance with ITB Clause 1.1. Next. Letter D. It should bear the specific identification of this bidding process indicated in the ITB Clause 1.1. And last, letter E. Bear a warning. Do not open. Bear a warning. Do not open before the date and time for the opening of bids in accordance with ITB Clause 18. 18.4. For manually submitted envelopes that are not properly sealed and marked as required in the bidding documents, the same shall be accepted, provided that the bidder of its duly authorized representative shall acknowledge such condition of the bids as submitted. On the other hand, unsealed or unmarked bid envelopes are bids that cannot be opened or corrupted in case online submitted shall be rejected. Okay? So, dapat po nakasilyo po talaga yung envelope niya. Okay? The bank shall assume no responsibility for misplaced or lost contents of the improperly sealed or marked bids or for its premature opening. Submission and opening of bids. Letter D na. Okay. 19. Deadline for submission of bids. Bids must be received by the procuring entities back at the address indicated in the invitation to bid or through the e-bidding facility of the field reps on or before the date and time indicated in the BDS. Now, late bids. Bids, including the eligibility requirements submitted after the deadline, shall be rejected by the BAC. The BAC shall record in the minutes of the meeting the submission and opening of bids, the bidder's name, its representative, and the time and late bid. And the late bid was submitted. Okay. 21. Modification and withdrawal of bids. 21.1. Bidders may modify their bids before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Under this, A, for manual submission and receipt of bids. The bidder shall not be allowed to retrieve the original bid but shall only be allowed to submit the bid modification by sending another bid equally sealed, properly identified, linked to their original bid, marked as a modification. Therefore, and stamp received by the BAC. Bid modification received after the applicable deadline shall not be considered and shall be returned to the bidder unopened. For online submission of bids, the bidder shall not be allowed to retrieve their original bid, but shall only be allowed to submit the bid modification, send another bid, equally secured, properly identified label, as a modification of the one previously submitted. The time indicated in the latest bid receipt page generated shall be the official time of submission. Bids modification submitted after the applicable deadline shall not be accepted. 21.2. Bidders may withdraw their bids in writing before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Withdrawal of bids after the applicable deadline shall be subjected to appropriate sanction as prescribed in the IRR. Bidders may also express their intention not to participate in the bidding in writing, which should be received by the bank before the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Bidders that withdraw their bid shall not no longer be allowed to submit another bid for the same contract directly or indirectly. No bid may be modified after the deadline for submission and receipt of bids. Further, no bid may be withdrawn in the interval between the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids and the expiration of bid validity specified in the bidders in the financial bid form. Withdrawal of bids during this interval shall result in the forfeiture of the bidder's bid security pursuant to ITB Clause 16.5 and the imposition of the administrative sanction as prescribed by RA number 12009 and without prejudice to the imposition of civil and criminal sanctions provided under applicable laws. 21.4. Alternative bid shall be rejected. For this purpose, alternative bid shall pertain to an offer made by a bidder in addition or as a substitute to its original bid, which may be included as part of its original bid submitted separately. A bid with options shall likewise be considered an alternative bid regardless of whether said bid proposal is contained in a single envelope or submitted in two or more separate bid envelopes. 21.5. Each bidder shall submit only one bid, either individually or as a partner in a JV. Bidder submits or participate in more than one bid other than as a subcontractor. If a subcontractor is permitted to participate in more than one bid, will cause all the proposals with the bidder's participation to be disqualified. This shall be without prejudice to any applicable criminal, civil, and administrative penalties that may be imposed upon the person and entities concerned. Opening and preliminary examination of bids. The BAC shall open the bids in public immediately after the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids, as specified in the BDS. In case the bids cannot be opened as scheduled due to the justifiable reason, the BAC shall take custody of the submitted bids and schedule the opening of bids on the next working day or at the soonest possible time through the issuance of a notice of postponement to be posted on the field shop's website and the website of the procuring entity concerned. The manner of opening, 22.2, the manner of opening The manner of opening of the bids for goods shall be depend on the award criterion to be adopted as follows. A. For LCRB and MRB and BAC, no. For LCRB and MRB, the BAC shall open the technical and financial proposals on the same day. And for MARB, only the technical proposal shall be opened on the same day. For the financial proposals shall remain unopened and shall be kept securely by the BAC until the specified time of their opening as indicated in the BDS. Only the financial proposals of the bidders who have met the highest technical score for most advantageous bid shall be open. Okay? The procuring entity shall prepare the minutes of the proceeding of the bid opening that shall include as a minimum names of bidder, their bid price, bid security, findings of preliminary examination, and whether there is a withdrawal or modification, and attendance sheet. The BAC member shall sign the abstract of bids as read. 22.4. The bidders or their duly authorized representative may attend the opening of bids. The BAC shall ensure the integrity, security, and confidentiality of all submitted bids. The abstract of bids as read and the minutes of the bid opening shall be made available to the public upon written request and payment of a specified fee to recover the cost of materials. 22.5. To ensure transparency and accurate representation of the bid submission, the BAC Secretariat shall notify in writing all bidders whose bids it has received through its field shop's registered physical address or official email address. The said notice shall be issued within 7 calendar days from the date of the bid opening. Okay? Evaluation and comparison of bids. This is item 23, process to be confidential. Under this 23.1, members of the BAC, its staff and personnel, secretariat, and the technical working group, as well as observers, are prohibited from making or accepting any communication with any bidders regarding the evaluation of their bids until the issuance of the notice of award unless otherwise allowed in ITB Clause 24. So ito po dito nag-a-apply po yung no contact rule. Okay po, any effort by a bidder to influence the procuring entity in its decision in respect of the bid evaluation, bid comparison, or contract award will result in the rejection of the bid. Okay, so item 24, clarification of bids. To assist in the evaluation, comparison, and post-qualification of the bids, the procuring entity may ask in writing any bidder for a clarification of its bid. All responses to request for clarification shall be in writing. Any clarification submitted by a bidder in respect to its bid that is not in response to the request of the procurement shall not be considered. 25. Domestic preference. The procuring entity shall give priority and preference to Philippine products and services. The preference and priority for Philippine products shall be guaranteed at all levels of the procurement process, including raw materials, ingredients, supplies, or fixtures. Under the same item, 25.2, for a period of 10 years from the effectivity of RA 11981 or the Tatak Pinoy Act, and for the Philippine products and services in sectors and economic activities covered by the prevailing Tatak Pinoy strategy, the procuring entity is mandated to award a contract to the domestic bidder for Philippine product and services in sectors and economic activities covered by the prevailing Tatak Pinoy strategy. Next. Domestic bidder for purpose of this provision refers to any person or entity offering unmanufactured articles, materials or supplies grown or produced in the Philippines, or manufactured articles, materials or supplies manufactured or to be manufactured in the Philippines, substantially farm articles, materials or supplies that are or will be produced or manufactured in the Philippines as the case may be. 25.3. After the said 10-year period, the domestic preference shall be subject to a margin of preference to be determined by the Tatak Pinoy Council, which shall not be lower than 15%. For product and services governed by the TPS, the domestic preferences in procurement shall be in accordance with IRR or guidelines issued for the Tatak Pinoy Act. 25.5. The procuring entity shall award a project to the domestic bidder if the bid is not more than 25% in excess of the lowest foreign bid. The margin of preference provided herein shall be subject to periodic review and adjustment by the GPPB as may be necessary. 25.6. A domestic bidder can only claim preference if it secures from the appropriate agency a certification that the articles forming part of its bid are substantially composed of articles, materials, or supplies grown, produced, or manufactured in the Philippines. 25.7. The preference here established may be waived should any of the following conditions be present as provided in the BDS. A. Where domestic production is insufficient or unavailable in the required commercial quantities. D. Where the specific or desired quality is not met. Letter C. Where domestic preference will result in consistencies with the Philippines' obligation under treaty or international or executive agreement. Or letter D. Other analogous circumstances. Ms. Pau, I think one of our bidder is raising his hand. Sir or ma'am, dun po sa nag-raise ng kamay nila, we will entertain your question po later on. Okay. Sorry po, napindot lang. It's okay, sir. Okay. Saan na tayo, Miss Pau? Detailed evaluation and comparison, tapos na po yan. Okay. The procuring entities evaluation, saan na tayo? The procuring entities evaluation of bid shall be based on the bid price quoted in the bid form, which includes the price schedule. 26.2. The procuring entity will undertake the detailed evaluation and comparison of the bids which have passed the opening and preliminary examination of bids pursuant to ITB Clause 22 to determine the lowest calculated bid, most economically advantageous bid, or the MIB and MAB. 26.3. The award criterion shall be determined as follows. For lowest calculated bid, the detailed evaluation of the financial component of the bids to establish the correct calculated prices of the bids, and 2. The ranking of the total bid prices as so calculated from the lowest to the highest, where the bid with the lowest price shall be identified as the LCB. For MIAB, the BAC shall evaluate the quality and price proposal to determine the most economically advantageous bid, or the MIB, using the following steps. Okay. 1. The quality proposal together with the price proposal shall be considered in the evaluation of the bids. The quality proposal shall be evaluated first using the criteria in the BDS. The price proposal of the bids that meet the minimum quality score shall then be open. Number 2. The price and quality proposal shall be given corresponding weights, with the price proposal given a minimum weight of 15% up to a maximum of 40%. The weight of the quality criteria shall be adjusted accordingly, such that total weight in percent proposal shall be equal to 100%. Engineer, wala na. To further promote green public procurement, the sustainability of products or materials with green specifications shall be given greater weight in the evaluation of the bids. As approved by the BAC, the exact weight shall be indicated in the BDS. The BAC shall rank the bidders in descending order based on the combined numerical rating of their quality and price proposal. The bidder with the best overall score using the quality price ratio shall be referred to as the MIB. 4. The HOOP shall approve or disapprove the recommendation of the bank within 2 calendar days after the receipt of the result of the evaluation from the bank. Ito naman po, kanina MIAB, ngayon naman po for MAB. BAC shall evaluate the quality proposal to determine the MAB using the quality component. The quality component shall be assessed on the basis of the criteria with corresponding numerical weights indicated in the BDS to determine the bidder with the highest technical rating. The second bid envelope of the bidder obtaining the highest technical rating shall be open if the financial proposal is equal to or lower than the ABC. The bid shall be accepted and determined as the MAB. Otherwise, the same shall be rejected and the bidder will be disqualified. 26.4. So yun po yung pagkakaiba ng BLCB and the MAB. 26.4. In order to eliminate bias in evaluating the quality proposal, it is recommended that the highest and lowest scores for each bidder or for each criterion shall not be considered in determining the average scores of the bidder, except when the evaluation is conducted in a collegial manner. The BAC shall immediately conduct a detailed evaluation of all bids using a non-discretionary criteria in considering the following. A. Completeness of the bid. Unless the BDS allows partial bids, bids not addressing or providing all of the required items in the BDS shall be considered non-responsive and thus automatically disqualified. However, when no price or a zero or a dash is indicated in a required item in the bid form, the same shall be construed that it is being offered for free to the government except those required by the law or regulation to be provided for. Paulit-ulit. Letter B. Arithmetical correction. The BAC shall apply arithmetical correction on computation errors and omissions to enable proper comparison of all eligible bids. Bid corrections may also be considered if expressly allowed in the BDS. Any adjustment shall be calculated in any monetary terms to determine the calculated price. Twenty-six point six. Based on the detailed evaluation of bids, those that comply with the above-mentioned requirements shall be ranked in the ascending order of their total calculated bid prices as evaluated and corrected for computational errors, discounts, and other modification to identify the LCB, MIAB, and or MAB. Total calculated bid prices as evaluated and corrected for computational errors, discounts, and other modification, which exceed the ABC shall not be considered unless otherwise indicated in the BDS. The BAC shall evaluate all the bids on an equal footing to ensure fair and competitive bid comparison. For this purpose, all bidders shall be required to include in their bids the cost of all taxes, such as but not limited to value-added tax, income tax, local taxes, and other fiscal levies and duties, whichever is applicable, as itemized in the bid form and reflected in the detailed estimates. Such bids, including said taxes, shall be the basis for bid evaluation and comparison. If so indicated pursuant to ITB Clause 1.2, bids may be submitted for individual lots or for any combination thereof, provided that all bids and combinations of bids shall be received by the same deadline and open and evaluated simultaneously so as to determine the bid or combination of bids offering the lowest calculated cost to the procuring entity. Bid prices quoted shall correspond to all items specified for each lot and to all quantities specified for each item of a lot. Bid security, as required by ITB Clause 16, shall be submitted for each contract. The basis for evaluation of lots is specified in BDS Clause 26.5. Now, 26.9, In order to eliminate bias in evaluating the quality proposal, it is recommended that the highest and lowest scores for each bidder for each criterion shall not be considered in determining the average scores of the bidders, except when the evaluation is conducted in a collegial manner. Post-qualification, the back, post ka na, madali na inipaw, ano. 27.1, the back shall determine to its satisfaction whether the bidder that is evaluated as having submitted the LCB, MIAB, or MAB, as the case may be, complies with and is responsive to all the requirements and conditions specified in ITB Clause 5, 12.1, and 12.2. The bidder within the 5-day calendar days from receipt of notice from bank that it submitted the LCB, MIAB, or MAB shall submit all the eligibility documents supporting its field shop certification of registration. Its latest income and business tax returns filed for the preceding quarter, which should not be earlier than 2 quarters from the date of submission and receipt of bids and other appropriate licenses and permits required by law and stated in the BDS. 27.2, failure to submit any of the post-qualification requirements on time are finding against the veracity, therefore, shall disqualify the bidder for award, provided that in the event that a finding against the veracity of any of the documents submitted is made, it shall cause the forfeiture of the bid security. 27.3. The determination shall be based upon examination of documentary evidence of the bidder's qualification submitted pursuant to ITB Clause 12.1 and 12.2, as well as other information as the procuring entity deemed necessary and appropriate, using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion which shall be completed within a period of 12 calendar days. 27.4, if the BAC determines that the bidder with the LCB, MIAB, or MAB fails to meet the post-qualification criteria, it shall immediately notify the said bidder in writing of its post-disqualification and the grounds for such determination. Immediately after, Immediately after the BAC has notified the first bidder of its post-disqualification, and notwithstanding any pending request for consideration, therefore, the BAC shall initiate and complete the same post-qualification process on the bidder with the second lowest calculated bid, MIAB or MAB. If the second bidder passes the post-qualification and the request for consideration of the first bidder has been denied, the second bidder shall be post-qualified as the bidder with the LCB, MIAB, or MAB. 27.6. If the second bidder, however, fails the post-qualification, the procedure for post-qualification shall be repeated for the bidder with the next LCB, MIAB, or MAB, and so on until the LCRB, MIAB, MAB, as the case may be, is determined for award, subject to the procurement of notice and execution of award. 27.7. If the BAC determines that the bidder with the LCB, MIAB, or MAB passes all the criteria for post-qualification, it shall declare the said bid as the LCB, MIAB, MAB, single calculated responsive bid, single economically advantageous, or the SIARB, or the SARB. 27.8. Within a period of not exceeding 10 calendar days from the termination and declaration through a resolution by the BAC of the LCRB, MIAB, MAB, SRB, SERB, or SARB, as the case may be, the recommendation of the award, the hope of it or its duly authorized representative shall approve or disapprove the said recommendation. In case of approval, the hope or its duly authorized representative shall immediately issue the notice of award to the bidder with the LCRB, MIAB, MAB, SCRAB, SERB, or SARB, as the case may be. In the event that the approving authority shall disapprove the resolution on the award of the contract, such disapproval shall be based only on valid, reasonable, and justifiable grounds to be expressed in writing. A copy of the decision disapproving the resolution shall be furnished to the IBAC and its bidder. Next. Ms. Pau. Ms.
Yes
Pau,
po, ma'am.
do we
Yes po.
have to read all of this?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. How many items ito? We are only on item 28, reservation clause.
Opo. For instructions to bidders po, hanggang 30 plus po ito, ma'am.
30 plus. Okay. Ang dami pa.
Hanggang 32, ma'am.
So nasa 28 pa lang tayo, 32 pa. Okay. Siguro, Ma'am Pao, next time that we will be doing the pre-bid conference, we divide this among the back members.
Apo, Ma'am Trisha. Noted po ito.
Okay, sige. Sige, nasaan na tayo, Miss Pao? 28. Reservation clause. Notwithstanding the eligibility. Miss Pao, hindi pa dito kasama yung technical specification for the particular project, isn't it?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. Miss Pao, for a while, I just have to receive a call. For a while lang po. Hello? Hello po. We're back. Okay, reservation clause, notwithstanding the eligibility or post-qualification of a bidder, and without incurring any liability, the HOOP or its duly authorized representative at any stage of the procurement reserves the right to review its qualification, reject any and all bids, declare a failure of bidding, or not award the contract in the following situation. A. If it has reasonable grounds to believe that the misrepresentation has been made by the said bidder, or that there has been a change in the bidder's capability to undertake the project from the time it submitted its eligibility requirements. Letter B. Should such review uncover any misrepresentation made in the eligibility and bidding requirements, statements, or documents, or any changes in the situation of the bidder which will adversely affect its capability to undertake the project so as that it no longer meets the prescribed eligibility or bid evaluation criteria. The procuring entity shall consider the said bidder as ineligible and disqualify it from participating further in the bidding process or being awarded the contract. 28.2. Based on any of the following grounds, the procuring entity reserves the right to reject any and all bids declared as failure of bidding at any time prior to the contract award, or not to award the contract without thereby incurring any liability, and make no assurance that the contract shall be entered into as a result of the bidding. A. If there is a prima facie evidence of collusion between appropriate bidding officers or employees of the procuring entity, or between the back and end of the bidders, or if the collusion is between or among the bidders themselves, or between a bidder and a third party, including any act which restricts, suppresses, or nullifies or tends to restrict, suppress, or nullify competition, or influence or tends to influence the bidding process. Letter C. Letter B. If BAC is found to have failed in complying with applicable law or in following the prescribed bidding procedure. Letter C. If there are any justifiable and reasonable ground where the award of contract will not redound to the benefit of the government in instances. Actually, these are redundant now. We've discussed this already previously in the previous items. Anyway, the physical economic conditions have significantly changed so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the HOPE. The project is no longer necessary as determined by the HOPE, and the source of funds for the project has been withheld or reduced through no fault of the procuring entity. Award of contract. 29, contract award. Subject to ITB Clause 27, the HOOP or its duly authorized representative shall award contract to the bidder whose bid has been determined to be LCIB, MERB, MARB, SCRIB, SERB, or SARB, as the case may be. 29.2. Prior to the expiration of the period of bid validity, the procuring entity shall notify the successful bidder in writing that its bid has been accepted through a notice of award duly received by the bidder or its representative personally or sent by registered mail or electronically receipt, of which must be confirmed in writing within 2 days by the bidder with the LCIB, MERB, MARB, SARB as applicable, and submitted personally or sent by registered mail or electronically to the procuring entity. 29.3. Within 10 calendar days from receipt by the winning bidder of the notice of award, the following conditions should be complied with before the contract may be awarded. Submission of the following documents: valid JVA if applicable, the SEC certificate of registration of the foreign corporation if applicable, letter B, posting of the performance security in accordance with ITB Clause 31, and signing of the contract as provided in ITB Clause 30. 29.4. At the time of contract award, the procuring entity shall not increase or decrease the quantity of goods or region specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. Item 30, signing of the contract. 30.1. Within 10 calendar days from receipt of the notice of award, the winning bidder shall post the required performance security, sign and date the contract, and return it to the procuring entity. Take note ha, within 10 calendar days from receipt of the notice of award, dapat po maibalik and shall post the required performance security. Dapat po. And maibalik na po sa amin po sa or the procuring entity. 30.2. The procuring entity shall enter into a contract with a successful bidder with the same 10 calendar days period, provided that all the documentary requirements are complied with. 30.3. The following documents shall form part of the contract. So what are those? Contract agreement. Letter B, bidding documents. Letter C, winning bidder's bid, including the technical and financial proposals and all other document statements submitted. Okay. And letter D, performance security. Meron pa. Pakibaba. Notice of award of contract and other contract documents that may be required by existing laws and others specified in the BDS. So 31, performance security. To guarantee the faithful performance of its obligation under the contract, the winning bidder shall post a performance security prior to the signing of the contract. Furthermore, the successful bidder shall be required to update the performance security posted before the issuance of an amendment to order, if any. Sectors enumerated under Section 76.1 Okay. Sectors enumerated under 76.1 of the IRR may be allowed to post a performance securing declaration as specified in the BDS. 31.3. The performance security shall be in any form selected by the procuring entity in the amount indicated in the BDS, which shall not be less than the percentage of the total contract price in accordance with the following price schedule. Eto na po siya. Okay? So, sa left po, form of performance security and yung corresponding amount naman po or percentage. Cash or cashiers or manager's check for bidding conducted by LGU, 5%. Bank draft or guarantee or irrevocable letter of credit issued by the local bank if issuance by a foreign bank, 5% din po. Surety bond, callable upon demand issued by the surety or insurance company duly certified, 30%. Next. Okay. 31.4. The performance security shall be denominated in Philippine peso and posted in favor of the procuring entity, which shall be forfeited in the event it established that the winning bidder is in default in any of its obligation under the contract. 32. Notice to proceed. The procuring entity shall issue the notice to proceed to the winning bidder not later than 3 calendar days from the date of approval of the contract by the appropriate signatories. All notices called by the terms of the contract shall be effective only at the time of receipt thereof by the successful bidder. Protest mechanism. Decision of the BAC in all stages of procurement may be protested to the HOPE in accordance with Section 83 of the Implementing Rules and Regulations. Okay. So ito na po yung ating Section 3, the bid data sheet. Okay. Sige. Now, ito po, ITB clause 1.1. The procuring entity is DOH because CHT. Yung project title po is supply and delivery of various drugs and medicine. This is IB number ITB clause now IB number 26.08. Number of lots 11 line items. Pakitandaan po, this is 11 line items. Funding source po GOP amounting to 1,689,439 and 50 pesos. NGA, the National Expenditure Program, or the NEP. Okay? 3.1, no further instruction. 5.2, foreign bidders may participate in this project in view of the following circumstances. Na-mention ko na po ito. 5.2.b, when the foreign supplier is a citizen, corporation, or association of a country, the laws or regulation of which grant reciprocal rights or privileges to citizens, corporation, or association of the Philippines. Next, 5.4, the bidders, single largest completed contract to be bid should have been completed within 2 years prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. Take note po, 2 years. The SLCC, equivalent to at least 50% of the total ABC, the bidders up to bid, which should be supported with the following documents. Again, ito pa din po yung hinihingi namin before. Ganun pa din po yung hinihingi namin. And these are the end user's acceptance or official receipt or the sales invoice issued for the contract. If completed, at least one po doon sa na-mention na tatlo. Failure to submit a copy of the single largest completed contract with the required supporting document is a valid ground for disqualification of the bidder. 5.5. Contract similar to the project shall be contract referring to supply and delivery of drugs and medicine. 7. No further instruction. 8.1. Subcontracting is not allowed. 8.1. Subcontracting is not allowed. 8.4. This is not applicable. ITB clause number 9.1, the procuring entity will hold a pre-bid. We are doing it right now. 10.1, the procuring entity address. We already made mention of this. Nandyan po. 12.4, the ABC is 1,689,439 and 50 pesos. 13.1, no incidental services are required. 13.1B, the price of goods shall be quoted DDP, Philippines DOH because it's the Gaspi City at applicable international commercial terms or the Incoterms for this project. Okay. 13.1B, no incidental services are required. 13.2, no further instruction. 14.1, the bid prices for goods supplied from outside the Philippines shall be quoted in Philippines. 14.3, payment of the contract price shall be made in Philippine peso. 15.1, bids will be valid for 120 days from bid opening. 16.1, the bid security shall be in the form of a bid securing declaration in any of the following. The amount of not less than 2% of ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in cash. Number 2, the amount of not less than 2% of ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in cashier's check. Number 3, the amount of not less than 2% of ABC of the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in manager's check. Number 4, the amount of not less than 5% of ABC if the ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in bank draft. Number 5, the amount of not less than 5% of the total ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is in guarantee. Okay. Number 6, the amount of not less than 5% of the total ABC the bidder opts to bid if bid security is irrevocable LOC. Or number 7, the amount of not less than 5% of the ABC the bidder opts to bid if the bid security is surety bond. 16.2, the bid security shall be valid until April 21, 2026. Bid security, Ms. Pau? Ms. Pau,
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
are we correct with this date, April 21, 2026?
Opo, Ma'am Trish, kasi 120 calendar days po ang bid security.
Okay. Since when yung 120 days natin nag-start? April 21. Tama? I don't know. Kailan nag-start? Kasi 2026 na ini pa na nakakaag.
Start of posting.
Mm-mm. So sabi mo 120 days, tama? Siguro ay nagpuon 120 days. Basta matapos siya April 21, 2026. Tama, Ms. Pao?
Opo, Ma'am Trish. Basta po
Okay.
ang validity ng April 21, 2026.
Okay. So 16.3, substitution of the bid security is not allowed. So hindi po ina-allow ng HOPE. 19, the address for the submission of bids usually nakalagay na po dyan. Okay. And the manual submission of the office of address given. Online electronic submission on or before December 22, 2025, 9 a.m. The deadline for the submission of the bid is December 22, 2025. Late bids will not be accepted. 22.1, the place of the bid opening is dyan po sa Bicol CHD and meron din na po sa via Google Meet. The date and time of bid opening is December 2025, 9 a.m. 22 point not applicable until 26.3. 26.5, partial bids are not allowed. Correction. Partial bids are allowed. All goods are grouped in lots listed below. Bidder shall have the option of submitting a proposal on any of all lots, and evaluation and contract award will be undertaken on a per lot basis. Lots shall not be divided further into sublots for purpose of bidding, evaluation, and contract award. Lots should be formed of similar items that are likely to attract the maximum competition. A lot is the quantity and number of items that will be included in a single contract. Option 1, each item to be evaluated and compared with other bids separately and recommended for contract award separately. Ms. Pau? Ms. Pau?
Yes po. Yes po, Ma'am.
Pag-present ba natin sa technical specification, ganito na din po ba? Nakasify na siya?
Opo.
Okay, that's good. 26.5, arithmetical correction is allowed. 26.6, no further instruction. 27.1, post-qualification. The lowest calculated bid shall submit the following documentary requirements within a non-extendable period of 5 calendar days from receipt of notification. So ito po yung mga, kung kayo po ang LCB, dapat po may submit nyo to sa amin within a non-extendable period of 5 calendar days from receipt of the notification. Ano-ano po yun? Dati man baga inigirare, ano po, Ms. Pao? So latest income tax return, filed through electronic filing and payment system, duly validated with tax payments made thereon. Ms. Pao, so dati ini, napigre-require ta sa inda?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish, pero
Wala
may
na-
mga
Okay, may dagdag. Okay. So latest business tax return, okay, duly validated with tax payment made thereon. Annex A of the field shop certificate, platinum membership, and all the documentary eligibility documents supporting its field shop certificate of registration. Dito, ito yung dagdag, Ms. Pau? Nandito yung mayor's permit, lahat ng all documents pertaining to the issuance of your platinum membership for the field shops. Tama, Ms. Pau?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. Letter D, a photocopy of your single largest completed contract or purchase order. Take note that the latest income tax and business tax returns are those filed within the last 6 months preceding the date of bid submission. Failure of the bidder declared as LCB to duly submit the requirements stated above or a finding against the veracity of such shall be a valid ground for forfeiture of the bid security and disqualification of the bidder. In case the notice for the submission of post-qualification document is sent via bidder's email, it shall be considered as received by the bidder on the date and time the email was sent. So ibig sabihin po, dapat chine-check niyo po yung email niyo every now and then. Kasi po, magsisimula po ang pagbibilang po niyan is it shall be considered as received by the bidder on the time na pinadala po sa inyo yung email. Not on the day na nabasa niyo po yung email, but on the day na pinadala ng BACSEC sa inyo po. Okay? Whether or not the bidder acknowledged the said email, it shall be the bidder's responsibility to check it's his or her email for this purpose. So, ibig sabihin po, dapat po, dahil nagsali po kayo as bidders, you have to check email every now and then. Kasi po, hindi po, whether in-acknowledge or hindi po, whether in-acknowledge nyo po na na-receive nyo or hindi, nagka-count na po yon. Kasi it will start on the time na pinadala po yan ng BACSEC sa inyo. Okay? The post-qualification shall verify, validate, and ascertain the veracity, authenticity, and validity of all the Class A eligibility documents supporting the PhilJEP certificate or registration and membership in accordance with Section 8.5.2 of this IRR. Okay. And all the other statements made and documents submitted by the bidder with the LCB highest rated bid using non-discretionary criteria as stated in the bidding documents. For ITB Clause 30.3, aside from conformity with the technical specification, the below-mentioned document must be included in the technical envelope. So, eto po, kailangan po din nyo isubmit ito sa inyong technical envelope. Ano po ba yon? Valid Philippine Food and Drug Administration PFDA license to operate. Your LTO for drug distributors and traders. Number 2, valid PFDA Certificate of Product Registration or CPR or valid extension. Number 3, proof of application for renewal filed within 120 calendar days from the original expiry date. Okay. Certification, agreement, contract between the bidder and the manufacturer, distributor, importer, wholesaler, as specified in the CPR, that the bidder is an authorized dealer or distributor of the item to be bid. Number 5, product insert or product information. That is number 6, a certificate of compliance to the electronic drugs price monitoring system issued by either the DOH Pharmaceutical Division of the DOH Regional Health Office or Centers for Health Development. Failure to submit the above-mentioned document is a ground for disqualification of the bidder. So please take note of the other required documents. Under ITB 31.2, this is not applicable. 31.3, the performance security shall be in the form of manager's check amounting to not less than 5% of the total contract price. Okay? So it should be in a form of manager's check po. Okay. General conditions of contract. Sige, Ms. Pau. Sige. I guess na-discuss na natin yan, Ms. Pau. Should I still read that? Hindi na.
Need, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. In general terms, in this contract, the following terms shall be interpreted as indicated. Procuring entity means organization purchasing the goods as named in the SCC. The supplier means the individual contractor, manufacturer, distributor, or firm supplying, manufacturing the goods and services under this contract name in the SEC. Letter C, the funding source means organization name in the SEC. Letter D, the project site where the applicable means a place or place name in the SEC. Okay. Corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices. I guess I need not be discussing this, Pao, because we already extensively discussed this. Tama? Or should I still read this one?
Need, Ma'am Trish. Kasi bago po itong bidding documents po natin sa 1200.
Wow, strict ang BACSEC. Okay. I will comply. Okay, for the purposes of our bidders, I will be reading all of this. Number 2, corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices. Although this was already extensively discussed, still for emphasis po, special to our bidders. Unless otherwise provided in SEC, the procuring entity as well as the bidders, contractors, or suppliers shall observe the highest standard of ethics during the procurement, and execution of this contract. Further, and funding source as appropriate will seek to impose the maximum civil, administrative, and or criminal penalties available under the applicable law on individuals and organizations deemed to be involved in any of the practices mentioned in the ITB clause. So there is a sanction for this part. 3. Inspection and audit by the funding source. The supplier shall allow the funding source to inspect its accounts and records related to the performance of its obligation. If funding source requires a separate audit, it shall appoint its auditor and bear the cost thereof. Government law and language. 4.1. The contract shall be interpreted in accordance with the laws of the Republic of the Philippines. 4.2. This contract has been executed in the English language, which shall be the binding and controlling language for all matters relating to the meaning of interpretation of this contract. All correspondence and other documents pertaining to this contract exchanged by the parties shall be written in English. 5. Notices. 5.1. Any notice, request, or consent required or permitted to be given made pursuant to this contract shall be in writing. Any such notice, request, or consent shall be deemed to have been given or made when received by the concerned party, either in person or through an authorized representative of the party to whom the communication is addressed, or when sent by registered mail or electronic mail to such party at the address specified in the SEC, which shall be effective when delivered and duly received as may be applicable. 5.2. A party may change its address upon notice pursuant to the provision listed in the SEC. Next. Scope of contract. 6.1. The goods to be provided shall be specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. 6.2. This contract shall include all such items, although not specifically mentioned, that can be reasonably inferred as being required for its completion as if such items are expressly mentioned herein. Any additional requirements for the completion of this contract shall be provided in the SEC. Subcontracting. For subcontracting arrangements, the following rules shall apply for both locally funded projects and projects financed through official development assistance, except those covered by treaty or international or executive agreements. Letter A. The subcontracted portion of the contract shall be subject to the approval of the HOPE and the following conditions. 1. The subcontracted portion shall not exceed 20% of the goods or a different percentage or a project basis as approved by the GPPB. The threshold percentage fixed herein shall be subject to the periodic review and adjustments as may be deemed appropriate by the GPPB. And 2, the subcontracted portion shall be limited to components that are not deemed significant or material to the project as determined by the procuring entity. Letter B. Subcontracting arrangement, if allowed, including the time of submission of the eligibility documents of the subcontractor, shall be disclosed in the bidding documents. Letter C. Subcontractors must meet the eligibility criteria and submit the same eligibility documents as the general contractor. Failure of a subcontractor to meet the eligibility criteria does not affect the eligibility of the general contractor for the procurement project. In such case, a portion intended to be subcontracted to the ineligible subcontractor shall be assumed by the general contractor. Okay. Letter D. The general contractor shall remain liable for the subcontractor's action, defaults, delays, and negligence. Letter E. The general contractor and the subcontractor are obliged to comply with the provisions of the contract and shall share liability jointly and severally in cases of violations of safety standards or other labor standards insofar as the subcontracted portion is concerned. And last, for purposes of post-qualification in accordance with its objective and process under the IRR, the value of the entire completed and accepted project, including the subcontracted portion, shall be credited as experience of the general contractor. In the case of subcontractor, the following rules shall apply. 1. The subcontractor shall get credit for 1% for 100% of the value of the subcontracted portion of the project performed. And subcontractors shall be eligible to concessional windows of GFIs that treat receivables from the government as loan security. The receivables of subcontractors due for their general contracts shall similarly be accepted as loan security by GFIs. Procuring entities' responsibilities. 8.1. Whenever performance of the obligation in this contract requires that the supplier obtain permits, approvals, import, and other licenses from local public authorities, the procuring entity may assist the supplier in complying with such requirements in a timely and expeditious manner. The procuring entity shall pay all costs involved in the performance of responsibility in accordance with the scope of contract. 9. For goods and services covered under the contract as awarded, all bids shall be fixed and not subject to price escalation during contract implementation except as otherwise provided in the succeeding provisions. 9.2. Prices charged by the supplier for goods delivered and or services performed under the contract shall not vary from the prices quoted by the supplier in its bid unless there is a change in the price resulting from amendment to order issued in accordance with GCC Clause 28. Advance payment. 10.1. For goods sourced from within the Philippines, advance payments may be made as follows. A. A single advance payment not to exceed 50% of the contract amount shall be allowed for contract procuring entity the following services where the requirements of down payment is a standard industry practice. Hotel and restaurant services, use of conference, seminar, exhibit areas, and 3Ds of office of space. Letter B. Advance payment not to exceed 15% of the contract amount unless otherwise directed by the President shall also be allowed for the procurement of goods required to address contingencies arising from natural or man-made calamities in areas where a state of calamity has been declared by appropriate authorities. And letter C. Upon submission of an irrevocable letter of credit or bank guarantee issued by the local bank, advance payment not exceeding 15% of the contract amount shall be allowed and paid in the supplier within 60 calendar days from the signing of the contract. Irrevocable LOC or bank guarantee, which must be for equivalent amount, shall remain valid until the goods are delivered and accompanied by a claim for advance payment. Ms. Pao,
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
may we know, mahaba pa ba ito, Ms. Pao? May I ask somebody from the back or from the back sec?
Okay po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, can somebody replace me po? I just have to go to the restroom.
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay.
For the
Then I'll
interest
be-
of... Opo. Thank you, Ma'am Trisha.
Yes.
Opo.
Sino pwede?
Ako na lang po muna, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, I'll just go to the restroom pa and maybe take my snack for a while. Okay? But I'll be back po. Thank you.
So, to continue po, si Ma'am Tina po muna, our back member. Opo, dito po, Ma'am. 10.1. Ma'am Tina, over po.
10.2 of our bidding documents under RA 12009 for goods supplied from abroad unless otherwise indicated in the special conditions of the contract. The terms of payment shall be as follows. Letter A, upon contract signing, 15% of the contract price shall be paid within 60 days from signing of the contract, and upon submission of a claim and a bank guarantee for the equivalent amount valid until the goods are delivered and in the form provided in Section 8 of Section 8, Public Bidding Documents Related Forms. Letter B, upon delivery, 65% of the total contract price shall be paid to the supplier within 60 days after the date of receipt of the goods and upon submission of the documents that is provided in I through 6 specified in the special conditions of the contract provisions on delivery and documents. Letter C, upon acceptance, the remaining 20% of the contract price shall be paid to the supplier within 60 days after the date of submission of the acceptance and inspection certificate for the respective delivery issued by the procuring entity's authorized representative. In the event that no inspector or acceptance certificate is issued by the procuring entity's authorized representative within 45 days of the date shown on the delivery receipt, the supplier shall have the right to claim payment of the remaining 20%, subject to the procuring entity's own verification of the reason or reasons for failure to issue documents under Roman numeral number 7 and 8 as described in the SEC provision on delivery and documents. 10.3, all progress payments for goods shall first be charged against the advance payment until the latter has been fully exhausted. Number 11, payment. 11.1, payments shall be made only upon a certification by the hope that the goods have been delivered in accordance with the terms of this contract and have been duly inspected and accepted, except with the prior approval of the President. No payment shall be made for services not yet rendered or for supplies and materials not yet delivered under the contract. 11.2. The supplier's request for payment shall be made to the procuring entity in writing, accompanied by an invoice describing as appropriate the goods delivered and or services rendered, and by documents submitted pursuant to the SEC provisions for GCC Clause 6.2 and upon fulfillment of other obligations stipulated in this contract. 11.3. Pursuant to the general conditions of the contract clause 11.2, payments may be made promptly by the procuring entity after submission of an invoice or claim by the supplier. Payments shall be in accordance with the applicable accounting and auditing laws, rules, and regulations. 11.4, unless otherwise provided in the special conditions of the contract, all payments to the supplier under this contract shall be in Philippine peso. 11.5, unless otherwise provided in the special conditions of the contract, payments using letter of credit is allowed. For this purpose, the amount of provisional sum shall be indicated in the special conditions of the contract. All charges for the opening of the LOC and or incidental expenses thereto shall be for the account of the supplier. Number 12, taxes and duties. The supplier, whether local or foreign, shall be entirely responsible for all the necessary taxes, stamp duties, license and permit fees, and other such levies imposed for the completion of this contract. Number 13, performance security. Within 10 calendar days from the receipt of the notice of award from the procuring entity, but in no case later than the signing of the contract by both parties, the successful bidder shall furnish the performance security in any of the forms prescribed in ITB clauses 31.2 and 31.3. 31.2, the performance security posted in favor of the procuring entity shall be forfeited in the event it is established that the winning bidder is in default in any of its obligations under the contract. The performance security shall remain valid until issuance by the procuring entity of the certificate of final acceptance. 13.4. The performance security may be released by the procuring entity and returned to the supplier after the issuance of the certificate of final acceptance, subject to the following conditions. Letter A, there are no pending claims against the supplier or the surety company filed by the procuring entity. Letter B, the supplier has no pending claims for labor and materials filed against it. And letter C, other terms specified in the special conditions of the contract. 13.5, the procuring entity shall allow a proportional reduction in the original performance security in case of a reduction in contract value, provided that any such reduction is more than 10% and that the aggregate of such reductions is not more than 50% of the original performance security. Number 14, use of contract documents and information. 14.1, the supplier shall not without the procuring entity's prior consent, disclose this contract or any specification, plan, drawing, pattern, sample, or information furnished by or on behalf of the procuring entity, except for those for purposes of performing the obligations therein. Any such disclosures shall be made in confidence and shall extend only as far as may be necessary for purposes of such performance. 14.2. Other than this contract, any document enumerated in the general conditions, the contract clause 14.1 shall remain the property of the procuring entity. All copies shall be returned to the procuring entity upon completion of the supplier's performance under this contract, if so required by the procuring entity. Number 15, standards. The goods provided under this contract shall conform to the standards mentioned in Section 7, Technical Specifications. When no applicable standard is mentioned, the goods shall comply with the latest authoritative standards appropriate to its country of origin. Number 16, inspection and tests. 16.1, the procuring entity or its representative shall have the right to inspect and or to test the goods to confirm their conformity to the contract specifications at no extra cost to the procuring entity other than that specified under item 16.3 below. The special conditions of the contract in Section 7 of the Technical Specifications shall specify what inspections or tests the procuring entity requires and where they are to be conducted. The procuring entity shall notify the supplier in writing in a timely manner of the identity of any representatives retained for these purposes. 16.2, if applicable, the inspections and tests may be conducted on the premises of the supplier or its subcontractors at point of delivery and or at the goods final destination. If conducted on the premises of the supplier or its subcontractors, all reasonable facilities and assistance, including access to drawings and production data, shall be furnished to the inspectors at no cost to the procuring entity. The supplier shall provide the procuring entity with results of such inspections and tests. 16.3. The procuring entity or its designated representative shall be allowed to attend the tests and or inspections referred to in this clause, provided that the procuring entity shall bear all of its own costs and expenses incurred in connection with such attendance, including but not limited to all traveling and board and lodging expenses. 16.4, the procuring entity shall reject the goods or any part thereof that fail any test and or inspection or do not conform to the specifications. The supplier shall either rectify or replace such rejected goods or parts thereof or make alterations necessary to meet the specifications at no cost to the procuring entity. Upon giving due notice to the supplier pursuant to general conditions of the contract clause 5, the test and or inspection may be repeated by the procuring entity at no additional cost. 16.5, the supplier agrees that neither the execution of a test and or inspection of the goods or any part thereof, nor the attendance by the procuring entity or its representative to the said test and or inspection shall release the supplier from any warranties or other obligations under this contract. 17, warranty. 17.1. The supplier warrants that the goods supplied under the contract are new, unused, of the most recent or current models, and with all recent improvements in design and materials, except when the technical specifications required by the procuring entity provides otherwise. 17.2. The supplier further warrants that all goods supplied under this contract shall have no defect arising from design, materials, or workmanship, or from any act or omission of the supplier that may be developed under normal use of the supplied goods in the conditions prevailing in the country of final destination. 17.3, to ensure correction of manufacturing defects, the supplier shall be required to provide a warranty for a minimum period specified in the special conditions of the contract. At the option of the procuring entity, the obligation for warranty shall be covered by letter A, retention money in the amount equivalent to at least 1% but not to exceed 5% of every progress payment. Or letter B, special bank guarantee equivalent to at least 1%, but not to exceed 5% of the total contract price. Or letter C, under such amount if so specified in the special conditions of the contract. 17.4, the said amounts shall only be released for the procuring entity after the lapse of the warranty period, as specified in the special conditions of the contract, or in case of expendable supplies after the consumption thereof, provided, however, that the supplies delivered are free from patent and latent defects and all the conditions imposed upon this contract have been fully met. 17.5, the procuring entity shall promptly notify the supplier in writing of any claims arising under the warranty. Upon receipt of such notice, the supplier shall, within the period specified in the special conditions of the contract, repair or replace the defective goods or parts thereof at the soonest possible time without cost to the procuring entity. 17.6, if the supplier, after having been notified on the warranty claim, fails to remedy the defects within the period specified in the General Conditions Clause 17.5, the procuring entity may proceed to take such remedial actions as may be necessary at the supplier's risk and expense and without prejudice to any other rights which the procuring entity may have against the supplier under the contract and other applicable laws. Number 18, delays in the supplier's performance. 18.1, delivery of the goods and or performance of services shall be made by the supplier in accordance with the time schedule prescribed in the procuring entity in Schedule 6, Schedule of Requirements. 18.2, if at any time during the performance of this contract, the supplier encounters conditions that may impede the timely delivery of the goods and or performance of services, the supplier shall promptly notify the procuring entity in writing of the fact of the delay, its likely duration, and its cause or causes. As soon as practicable, after receipt of the supplier's notice and upon causes provided for under General Conditions of the Contract Clause 23, the procuring entity shall evaluate the situation and, if warranted, extend the supplier's time for performance, in which case the extension shall be ratified by the parties by amendment of contract. 18.3, except as provided under General Conditions of the Contract Clause 23, any delay by the supplier in the performance of its obligations shall render it liable for imposition of liquidated damages pursuant to General Conditions of the Contract Clause 19, unless an extension of time is agreed upon pursuant to General Conditions of the Contract Clause 28. Number 19, liquidated damages. 19.1. When the supplier fails to satisfactorily deliver the goods under the contract within the specified delivery schedule, inclusive of duly granted time extensions, if any, the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor shall be liable for liquidated damages in an amount equal to 1/10 of 1% of the cost of the delayed goods schedule for delivery for every day of delay until such goods are finally delivered and accepted by the procuring entity. 19.2. The procuring entity need to prove that it has incurred actual damages to be entitled to liquidated damages. Such amount shall be deducted from any money due or which may become due to the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor, or collected from any securities or warranties posted by the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor, whichever is convenient to the procuring entity. In case the total sum of liquidated damages reaches 10% of the total contract price, the procuring entity may rescind the contract and impose appropriate sanctions over and above the liquidated damages to be paid. 19.3. If delays are likely to be incurred beyond its control, the supplier, manufacturer, or distributor shall promptly notify the procuring entity in writing, providing details of the causes and duration of the expected delay. The procuring entity may, at its discretion, grant a time extension based on meritorious grounds, with or without the imposition of liquidated damages. Number 20, settlement of disputes. 20.1. Any dispute arising from the implementation of a contract covered by the Act and the IRR shall primarily be resolved and settled amicably by mutual consultation or agreement. 20.2. In case of failure to settle dispute amicably, the parties may mutually agree in writing to resort to other modes of alternative dispute resolution to promote efficiency in the procurement process. Accordingly, they are encouraged to select the most expeditious mode of ADR available. If arbitration is chosen as the ADR method, it shall be incorporated as a provision in the contract and referred to the arbitrator specified in the special conditions of the contract. 20.3. In case of disagreement or after exhausting the remedies provided in the preceding section, the dispute may be submitted to arbitration or other forms of ADR, which includes mediation, conciliation, early neutral evaluation, mini trial, or any combination thereof, in accordance with the provisions of RA number 9285, otherwise known as the Alternative Dispute Resolution Act of 2004. 20.4. Should the parties fail to resolve the dispute or difference by such mutual consultation or agreement after 30 days, either the procuring entity or the supplier may signify its intention to commence arbitration by giving notice to the other party, as hereinafter provided. As to the matter in dispute, and no arbitration in respect of this matter may be commenced unless such notice is given. 20.5. Any dispute or difference in respect of which a notice of intention to commence arbitration has been given in accordance with this clause shall be settled by arbitration. Arbitration may be commenced prior to or after the delivery of the goods under this contract. 20.6. Notwithstanding any reference to arbitration herein, the parties shall continue to perform their respective obligations under the contract unless otherwise agreed upon in writing. 21. Liability of supplier. The supplier's liability under this contract shall be provided by the laws of the Republic of the Philippines, subject to additional provisions, if any, set forth in the special conditions of the contract. 21.2. Except in cases of criminal negligence or willful misconduct, and in the case of infringement of patent rights, if applicable, the aggregate liability of the supplier to the procuring entity shall not exceed the total contract price, provided that this limitation shall not apply to the cost of repair or replacement of the defective goods. Number 22, termination for breach of contract. The procuring entity may terminate the breach of contract when the supplier fails to deliver or perform any or all of the goods within the period periods specified in the contract or within any extension thereof granted by the procuring entity pursuant to a request made by the supplier prior to the delivery, and such failure amounts to at least 10% the total of the contract price, consistent with the provisions of this ILR on liquidated damages. The procuring entity may likewise impose appropriate sanctions therein. Number 23, termination due to force majeure, 23.1. For purposes of this contract, the term force majeure and fortuitous event may be used interchangeably. In this regard, a fortuitous event or force majeure shall be interpreted to mean as an event which the supplier could not have been foreseen, although foreseen was inevitable. It shall not include ordinary unfavorable weather conditions and any other causes, the effect or effects of which could have been avoided with the exercise of reasonable diligence by the supplier. Such events may include, but not limited to, acts of the procuring entity in its sovereign capacity, wars and revolutions, fires, floods, epidemics, quarantine restrictions, and freight embargoes. 23.2. The procuring entity may terminate this contract and impose liquidated damages when, as a result of force majeure, the supplier is unable to deliver or perform any or all of the goods amounting to at least 10% of the contract price for a period of not less than 60 calendar days or earlier as deemed necessary by the procuring entity after receipt of the written notice from the procuring entity stating that the circumstance of force majeure is deemed to have ceased. 23.3, the supplier shall not be subject to forfeiture of its performance security, payment of liquidated damages, or contract termination due to force majeure, provided that the supplier's delay in performance or other failure to perform its obligations under this contract is the result of a force majeure. 23.4. If a force majeure situation arises, the supplier shall promptly notify the procuring entity in writing of such condition and of. Unless otherwise directed by the procuring entity, the supplier shall continue to perform its obligations under the contract as far as may be practicable, when not prevented by the force majeure, and shall seek all reasonable or alternative means in the performance of its obligation. 24. Termination for convenience. 24.1. The procuring entity, through a written notice sent to the supplier, may terminate this contract in whole or in part at any time if it has determined that the existence of any of the following conditions that make contract implementation economically, financially, or technically impractical or unnecessary. So letter A, when physical and economic conditions have significant changes so as to render the project no longer economically, financially, or technically feasible as determined by the Hope. When the Hope, letter B, when the Hope has determined the existence of conditions that make project implementation impractical or unnecessary, such as but not limited to fortuitous events, changes in laws and government policies. Letter C, when funding the project has been withheld. When funding for the project has been withheld or reduced by higher authorities through no fault of the procuring entity, or letter D, any circumstance analogous to the foregoing. 24.2. The goods that have been performed or are ready to be delivered or performed within 30 calendar days after the supplier's receipt of notice to terminate shall be accepted by the procuring entity at the contract terms and prices thereof. For goods not delivered, performed, and are ready to be delivered or performed, the procuring entity may elect A, to have any portion delivered and or performed and paid at the contract terms and prices thereof, Or B, cancel the remainder and pay to the supplier an agreed amount for partially completed and or performed goods and for materials and parts previously procured by the supplier. 25. Termination for unlawful acts. 25.1. The procuring entity may terminate this contract in case it is determined prima facie that the supplier, including any joint venture partner therein, has engaged before or during the implementation of this contract in unlawful deeds and behaviors relative to the contract acquisition and implementation. Unlawful acts include, but are not limited to the following. Letter A, corrupt, fraudulent, collusive, and coercive practices as defined in the invitation to bid clause 8.1. Letter B, drawing up or using forged documents. Letter C, using adulterated materials, means, or methods, or engaging in production contrary to rules of science or the trade. And letter D, any other act analogous to the foregoing. 26. Procedures for termination of contracts. 26.1. The following provisions shall govern the procedures for termination of this contract. Letter A, verification. Upon receipt of a written report of acts or causes which may constitute grounds for termination as aforementioned, or upon its own initiative, the end user or implementing unit shall, within a period of 7 calendar days, verify the existence of such grounds and cause the execution of a verified report with all relevant evidence attached. Letter B, notice to terminate. Upon recommendation by the end user or implementing unit, the HOPE shall terminate contracts only by written notice to the supplier conveying the termination of the contract. The notice shall state, number one, that the contract is being terminated for any of the grounds aforementioned, and a statement of the acts that constitute the grounds constituting the same. Number two, the extent of termination, whether in whole or in part. Number three, an instruction to the supplier to show cause as to why the contract should not be terminated. And number four, special instructions of the procuring entity, if any. The notice to terminate shall be accompanied by a copy of the verified report. Letter C, show cause. Within a period of 7 calendar days from receipt of the notice of termination, the supplier shall submit to the HOPE a verified position paper stating why the contract should not be terminated. If the supplier fails to show cause after the lapse of the 7-day period, either by inaction or by default, the HOPE shall issue an order terminating the contract. Letter D, decision of notice of termination. The procuring entity may, at any time before receipt of the supplier's verified position paper, withdraw the notice to terminate if it is determined that certain items or works subject of the notice had been completed, delivered, or performed before the supplier's receipt of the notice. Letter E, decision. Within a non-extendable period of 10 calendar days, from receipt of the verified position paper, the HOPE shall decide whether or not to terminate the contract. It shall serve a written notice to the supplier of its decision, and unless otherwise provided, the contract is deemed terminated from receipt of the supplier of the notice of the decision. The termination shall only be based on the grounds stated in the notice to terminate. Letter F, Contract Termination Review Committee. The HOPE may create a committee to assist in the discharge of its functions under the IRR. All decisions recommended by the CTRC shall be subject to the approval of the HOPE. G, takeover of contracts. If a procuring entity terminates the contract due to default, insolvency, or for a cause, may enter into a negotiated procurement under takeover of contracts pursuant to Section 35, paragraph C of RA number 12009. Letter H, procuring entities options in termination for convenience in contract for goods. The goods that have been performed or are ready for delivery within 30 calendar days after the supplier's receipt of notice to terminate shall be accepted by the procuring entity at the contract terms and prices. For goods not yet performed or ready for delivery, the procuring entity may elect: number one, to have any portion delivered or performed and paid at the contract terms and prices. Or number two, to cancel the remainder and pay to the supplier an agreed amount for partially completed or performed goods and for materials and parts previously procured by the supplier. Number 27, assignment of rights. The supplier shall not assign its rights or obligations under this contract in whole or in part, except upon prior written consent by the procuring entity. Number 28, amendment to order. No variation in or modification of the terms of this contract shall be made, except by written amendment signed by the parties in accordance with the provisions on amendment to order, subject to applicable laws, rules, and regulations. For 29, application. The general conditions shall apply to the extent that they are not suspended by the provisions from other parts of this contract. So we proceed to, so, Madam Chair, this is Tina. Madam Chair, so Rampilio,
Yes, Ma'am Tina.
okay, motion for a 30-minute recess to give time
Alright.
for our secretariat and also the respective leaders for lunch.
All right, ma'am. Is everyone okay with the 30 minutes po? So, bali, kahit 1 p.m. na lang po tayo mag-issue.
Yes. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Ma'am Tina, thank you for covering my slot for at time being po.
Apo, ma'am, please. You're welcome po.
Yes. Ma'am
Thank you po,
Pao.
ma'am.
Ma'am
Yes po,
Pao.
ma'am.
At
Yes po.
1 o'clock kita ma-resume.
Opo.
Okay, so ako mangira rin na mabasa.
Yes po, ma'am Trish.
Nag-lunch na ako. Thank you. Di ka snack. Thank you, Ma'am Teens.
Yaw ni ma'am Trish. Thank you po. So see you po at 1 p.m. and happy lunchtime. Magandang hapon po. May we know po sa ating participants kung kayo po ay nakabalik na po sa ating meeting link. Kindly thumbs up na lang po. Again po, good afternoon. Kung tayo po ay nakabalik na sa meeting link, kindly thumbs up na lang po. Thank you. So to our prospective bidder po, kindly fill out po our attendance sheet. Nakalagay po ito sa ating chat box, yung link po for recording purposes po. Thank you.
Ms. Pao,
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
shall we continue?
For a while lang, Ma'am Trish, chine-check lang po namin ang attendance kung nakabalik na po lahat.
Mm-mm.
Thank you po.
Nagapuro pundo Pao, ay klaw, ano?
To our participants po, kung tayo po ay nakabalik na sa meeting link, pa-thumbs up na lang po para ma-check po natin ang quorum kung madami na po ang nakabalik sa meeting link.
Ms. Pao, we continue whether they are back or not.
Ma'am Trish, okay na po.
Kasi we agreed at 1 o'clock, isn't it? It's already 1:05.
Establish lang po natin, Ma'am Trish, ang quorum po.
Okay.
Thank you po.
Kung may quorum na, we proceed, Ms. Pao, in the interest of time.
Apo. So we have 4 back members na po. So Ma'am Trish, over po. Let us continue po. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. So we proceed with the reading of the provisions. We now proceed to section 6, section 5, special condition of contract. Okay. Okay. So under this, we have the GCC clause. 1, the procuring entity is Department of Health because Center for Health Development. GCC clause 1B, the supplier is to be inserted at the time of contract award. The funding source under 1.C. The GOP through the source of funding is indicated below for 2026 in the amount of 1,689,439.50 pesos for this project. The funding source is the NGA, the National Expenditure Program, or the NEP. 1.D, the project site are defined in Section 6, Schedule of Requirement. GCC Clause 2, no further instruction. Okay. The procuring entity's address is DOH because CHD Legazpi, Ms. Liberty Tipado being the head of the bank secretariat. GCC 5.2, no further instruction. 6.2, delivery and documents. For purpose of this contract, AXW, FOB, FCA, CIF, CIP, DDP, and other trade terms used to describe the obligation of the parties shall have the meanings assigned to them by the current edition of Incoterms published by the International Chamber of Commerce, Paris. The delivery terms of this contract shall be as follows. For goods supplied from abroad state, the delivery terms applicable for the contract are DDP, delivered in said place of destination in accordance with Incoterms, or the DAP. For goods supplied from within the Philippine state, the delivery terms applicable to this contract are delivered. So you have to insert now the place of destination. Risk and title will pass from the supplier to the procuring entity upon receipt and financial acceptance of the goods at their final destination. Delivery of the goods shall be made by the supplier in accordance with the terms specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. The details of shipping and other documents to be furnished by the supplier are as follows. Delivery of the goods shall be made by the supplier in accordance with the terms specified in Section 6, the Schedule of Requirements. The winning bidder shall comply with the request for schedule of delivery form prior to delivery on this email ad. For goods supplied from within the Philippines, upon delivery of the goods to the project site, the supplier shall notify the procuring entity and present the following original documents to the procuring entity. Supplier's invoice showing the goods description, quantity, unit price, and total amount. 2. Delivery receipt, note, railway receipt, or truck receipt. 3. Supplier's factory inspection report. 4. Manufacturer's and or supplier's warranty certificate. 5. Certificate of origin for imported goods. 6. Delivery receipt detailing number and description of items received, signed, and authorized receiving personnel. 7. Certificate of acceptance, inspection report signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. And 8. 4 copies of the invoice receipt for property signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. For goods supplied from abroad, upon shipment, the supplier shall immediately communicate and notify the procuring entity and the insurance company the full details of the shipment, including contract number, description of the goods, quantity, vessel, bill of lading, number and date, port of loading, date of shipment, port of discharge, etc. Upon delivery to the project site, the supplier shall notify the procurer entity and present the following original documents as applicable with the documentary requirements of any letter of credit issued taking precedence. Number 1, supplier's invoice showing the goods description, quantity, unit price, and total amount. 2, negotiable clean ship on board bill of lading marked freight prepaid, as well as copy of the non-negotiable bill of lading. 3, supplier's factory inspection report. 4, manufacturer's and or supplier's warranty certificate. 5, certificate of origin for imported goods. 6, delivery receipt detailing number and description of items received, signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. 7, certificate of acceptance, inspection report signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. And 8, invoice receipt for property signed by the procuring entity's representative at the project site. For purposes of this clause, the procuring entity's representative at the project site is for the is the Family Health Cluster and PRU HEMS for this project. Incidental services. The supplier is required to provide all of the following services, including additional services, if any, specified in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. And what are those? A, performance or supervision on on-site assembly and or startup of the supplied goods. B, furnishing of tools required for assembly and or maintenance of the supplied goods. C, furnishing of a detailed operations and maintenance manual for each appropriate unit of the supplied goods. D, performance or supervision or maintenance and or repair of the supplied goods for a period of time agreed by the parties, provided that the service shall not relieve the supplier of any warranty obligation under this contract. And letter E, training of the procuring entity's personnel at the supplier's plant and or on-site in assembly, startup operation, maintenance, and or repair of the supplied goods. Next, the contract price for the goods shall include the prices charged by the supplier for incidental services and shall not exceed the prevailing rates charged to the other parties by the supplier for similar services. For spare parts, the supplier is required to provide all the following materials, notifications, and information pertaining to spare parts manufactured or distributed by the supplier. A. Such spare parts as the procuring entity may elect to purchase from the supplier, provided that this election shall not relieve the supplier of any warranty obligation under this contract. And letter B, in the event of termination of production of the spare parts, 1. Advance notification to the procuring entity of the pending procuring entity to procure needed requirements, and following such termination, furnishing at no cost to the procuring entity the blueprints, drawings, and specification of the spare parts if requested. The spare parts required are listed in Section 6. Schedule of requirements and the cost thereof are included in the contract price. The supplier shall carry sufficient inventories to assure excess stock supply of consumable spares for the goods for a period of, if it's not applicable. Other spare parts and components shall be supplied as promptly as possible, but in any case within not applicable months of placing the order. Packaging. The supplier shall meet packaging standards for goods in accordance with existing laws and regulations and as indicated in this contract to prevent damage or deterioration during transit to their final destination. The package shall be durable enough to withstand rough handling, exposure to extreme temperature, salt, precipitation, open storage, and other extreme conditions during transit. Packaging case sizes and weights shall consider the remoteness of the goods' final destination and the potential absence of heavy handling facilities at all transit points. The packaging, labeling, and documentation within and outside the packages shall comply strictly with special requirements, as shall be expressly provided for in this contract, including additional requirements specified below and in any subsequent instruction ordered by the procuring entity. The outer packaging must be clearly marked on at least 4 sides as follows: name of the procuring entity, name of the supplier, contract description, final destination, the gross weight, and a special lifting instruction, and special handling instruction, and a relevant hazardous chemical classification. A packaging list identifying the contents and quantities of the package is to be placed on an accessible point of the outer packaging, if practical. Otherwise, the packaging list is to be placed outside the secondary packaging. Insurance. The supplier shall fully insure the goods supplied under this contract in a currency, local or tradable and accepted by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas against loss or damage incidentally to the manufacture, acquisition, transportation, storage, and delivery. The risk and the ownership of the goods remain with the supplier until their final acceptance by the procuring entity unless otherwise specified in this contract. Transportation. The supplier shall arrange and pay for the delivery of the goods with the cost included in the contract price. When required under this contract to deliver the goods CIF, CIP, or DDP, the supplier will ensure the transport of the goods to the part of destination or any specified place of destination in the Philippines as indicated in this contract. The supplier shall arrange for transport, insurance, and storage to the specified destination with the related cost included in the contract price. When required under this contract to transport the goods to a specified place of destination within the Philippines defined as the project site. The goods must be transported using carrier registered in the Philippines. When the supplier is required under this contract, deliver the goods CIF or DDP. If no Philippine registered carriers are available, the goods may be shipped using a non-Philippine carrier. provided the supplier obtains and presents certification from the nearest Philippine consulate at the port of dispatch. If Philippine registered carriers are available but their schedules would impede timely delivery or cause delays in the supplier's performance of this contract, the period of delay from when the goods were first ready for shipment to the actual date of shipment will be considered force majeure in accordance with GCC Clause 23. The procuring entity accepts no liability for the damage of goods during transit other than those prescribed by Incoterms for DDP deliveries. In the case of goods supplied from within the Philippines or supplied by domestic suppliers, risk and ownership will not be deemed transferred to the procuring entity until the receipt and final acceptance at the final destination. Patent rights. The supplier shall indemnify the procuring entity against all third-party claims of infringement of patent, trademark, or industrial design rights arising from use of the goods or any part thereof. 10.3 GCC, the procuring entity is allowed to determine the terms of payment on the partial or staggered delivery of the goods procured, provided such partial payment shall correspond to the value of the goods delivered and accepted in accordance with prevailing accounting and auditing rules and regulations. GCC Clause 11.4, not applicable. 11.5, payment using LOC is not allowed. 13.4, particular C, no further instruction. GCC 16.1, the inspection and test that will be conducted are, this should be referred to Section 6, Schedule of Requirements and Technical Specification. GCC 17.3, if the goods pertain to expandable supplies, 3 months after acceptance by the procuring entity of the delivered goods or after the goods are consumed, whichever is earlier. If the goods pertain to non-expandable supply, 1 year after acceptance by the procuring entity of the delivered goods. The period for correction of defects in the warranty period is, this should be referred to technical specification under Section 7. GCC Section 17.3 specifically C, not applicable. 17.4, if warranty security is in the form of retention money, the supplier shall formally request its refund. It should be in writing. 17.5, no further instruction. 20.2, not applicable. 21.1, no further instruction. Next. We now proceed to Section 6, and this is now the schedule of requirements. The delivery schedule expressed in weeks or months indicating the required delivery date, which shall be understood as the date the goods are to be delivered to the project site. Now, this is now for the project, specific for this project. Ms. Pao, tama?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. So we are now on the technical specification. So for this, we have how many line items, Ms. Pao? 11, if I recall it, ma'am. Yes, 9. 11, tama, 11. Okay. So, should I be reading, Ms. Pao, the description, including the delivery of schedule? No need.
Opo.
Okay.
Kailangan
So we will just scroll it down slowly for the bidders to look into it. Tama, Ms. Pao? Sige. So again, as a reminder po, for this project, we have 11 line items. Please proceed, Ms. Pao. Okay. Now, once you're done with the review and filling up, you have to put your name and the company you're representing, and of course, you have to sign it. And of course, you have to indicate the date. Next, Ms. Pao. You proceed to the next document. Okay, so this is now Section 7, the technical specification. As to the technical specification, eto na po yung bago nating technical specification. Dito ilalagay nyo po yung dati. Tama, Ms. Pao? whether you are compliant, yes or no. Okay? So, I guess we will not be reading each of the item, but rather we will scroll it down slowly. Should you have any question to our interested videos, please jot it down and we will entertain it later on. Please proceed, Ms. Pao. So item 2, this is cetirizine. Okay, so we will be needing 7,304 bottles. Item 3, cetirizine, we will be needing 100,000 tablets. Item 4, paracetamol, 60 ml syrup, we will be needing 7,305 bottles. For item 5, the same paracetamol, 15 ml drops. It should be alcohol-free and 10,304 bottles is being required. For item 6, likewise paracetamol, this time it's a tablet in 500 milligram tablet and the quantity needed is 200,000 tablets. Item 7, paracetamol, 60 ml syrup, alcohol-free, and the required number is 3,000 bottles. For item 8, mefenamic acid, 500 milligram in capsule. Required is 100,000 capsules. For item 9, oral rehydration salt or the ORS 75 dust replacement, we will be needing 20,000 sachets. Naipitan talinga ko. For item 10, we will be needing Lagundi, Vitex Nagundo, Verbacena. Verbacena, did I pronounce it right? 300 milligram in tablets. The end user is requiring 50,000 tablets. And I guess this is the last item for this project. It's also Lagundi, 60 ml syrup, they will be needing 1,000 bottles. So basically, those are the technical specification required of per item or per item. Okay. So provision applicable to all items, maximum of 2 lot numbers, submission of batch notification from PFDA upon request for schedule of delivery, recall and disposal. The supplier must ensure the quality of products, and if there will be problems in the quality, the supplier will recall and replace the products. In case of change in drug registration number stated in the purchase order, supplier shall request for such change subject to submission of pertinent FDA documents for evaluation by the TWG. Delivery shall be accepted only upon approval of said request. The supplier shall be charged of the FDA laboratory or FDA accredited laboratory analysis fee for the following delivered: drugs and medicines for antibiotics are from any new suppliers in the market with no history of supplying its host country or reference countries with stringent regulatory authorities. This is in accordance with the FDA latest policy. Have been documented to have reports of product failures and violations by the FDA, drugs with narrow therapeutic index. This should be referred to the latest Philippine National Formulary list, and payment shall be made upon delivery directly by the winning supplier to the DOH Bicol CHD cashier's office. All pharmaceutical products shall be a fresh commercial stock as reflected in the CPR issued by the FDA upon receipt at the designated delivery place. Table 1 describes the acceptable remaining shelf life. Okay, so for acceptable remaining shelf life, claims shelf life for 60 months, the remaining shelf life would be 42 to 60 months. Claim shelf life 48 months, it should be 34 to 48 months. 36 months, it should be 30 to 36 months. 24 months, 18 to 24 months are remaining shelf life. 18 months, it should be within 12 to 18 months. 12 months or below, special arrangements and conditions apply. Now, after filling it up, you have to put your name, your legal capacity, and of course, please do not forget to sign, and you have to put the sino ba ang nire-represent yung company. And please do not fail to indicate the date. Okay, next, Ms. Pao. So these are now section 8. These are now the Philippine documents related forms. This morning, na-mention ni Ms. Pao that we will be showing to you the different forms that we will be using. So to help new bidders determine the completeness of your data or of your documents that will be submitted, you have to have your checklist of technical and financial documents. Ito po para matulungan kayo na ma-check nyo talaga po kung kompleto yung sinasubmit yung documents. For the technical components, Class A documents, nandiyan na po lahat. Okay? Dati naman po itong ginagawa, it's just that may dinagdag lang po tayo. Okay, for Class B documents, likewise. Now, for the bidders, for you to determine kung kompleto, make use of the checklist that we provided. Now, this is now your bid form. This is how it will look like. Okay po. After reading it po, dapat po napanotaryohan po siya. And that you have to put your name and Miss Pao, kailangan ba ito na-notarize? Parang hindi naman.
Hindi naman po, Ma'am Trish.
Sorry. So, kailangan niya lang ilagay yung pangalan niyo po, your signature, your capacity po, and of course, the date. In all pages po that requires your signature, please put your signature. So, this is your price schedule for goods. This is the forms that you will be using. Okay? Dati pa din, wala naman na bagyo. Okay? So, yan. Price schedule for goods offered from abroad. Yung nauna po from within the Philippines. Okay. Ito naman po yung sa SLCC natin po. The same, wala pong nabago. And with this, you have to attach at least one of the 3 required attachment. Mandatory po yan na hinihingi namin. It's either the end-user's acceptance, official receipt, or sales invoice. Okay po. Again, please put your signature and your name. Now, ito naman, statement of ongoing government private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started, the same. This one is for the contract form. You just have to put your the relevant information required of you. Eto, kailangan itong notarize. Ano, Miss Pao? Itong nauna. Now, this is now the omnibus. Kailangan notarize yan, Miss Pao?
Opo,
Hindi
ma'am.
nga. Okay. As to the omnibus, dapat din po notarize to. Okay. Ilang recitals sa tayo meron yan, Miss Pao? Nadagdagan na po yan. 11 na po. Dati baga po 10 lang yan. Ngayon po 11 na po yan. For our bidders, matanggal po dyan ang isa. That may be a ground for your, anong tawag mo dito?
Disqualification.
Disqualification. Okay, so ito po, kailangan notarized din po. Again, for our Omnibus 1 statement, it should now include 11 recitals. Ano po? As for your bid securing declaration form, it should be in a form of bid security. Ayan po. Ayan na. Lalagay nyo na lang po yung mga required info nyo po. Again, this one should also be notarized. Okay? So I guess that completes the discussion and the reading of all the provisions required for under the RA 12009. So at this point, we are now open to accept questions and our clarification from our bidders. So our bidders po na magtatanong, please state your name. Tama ba, Ms. Pao? Pangalan, anong company, and the question?
Opo.
Okay. So, present naman siguro, Ms. Pao, ang ibang MAC members to help us out in answering some of the questions and clarifications. Tama?
Opo, Ma'am Trish.
Okay, sige. Sige. Do we have questions po? Please raise your hand. Yes, Ma'am Clarice, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Teresa
afternoon.
po from
Yes, po.
Orion Pharmaceutical.
Yes po.
As lang po sana namin kung ano checklist po yung gagamitin. Yung po bang sa page 26 or yung pong sa bandang dulo?
The checklist po, yun yung reference nyo para po ma-ensure na lahat po na nini-require na documents na hinihingi sa inyo is ma-submit nyo. Miss Pao, can you please check? Yes. Okay. Yan po yung naka-flash. Please make use of this checklist. Okay?
Okay po. Yan po yung i-attach po namin.
Yes.
Yes po.
Yes po.
Next question po, ma'am.
By the way, ma'am, dalawa po ang checklist natin ha. This is the checklist for the technical and yung nakasunod po dito is the checklist for your financial documents. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Please proceed with your second question.
Thank you po. Regarding naman po dun sa bid security po, yun sa under clause 16.1.
Okay. Miss Pao. For a while lang, ma'am, hahanapin natin. Bid security under clause, ano po yun, ma'am? 16.1. Ito po ba, ma'am? Hello, ma'am.
Yes po,
Okay.
ma'am.
Particularly, alin po dyan, ma'am?
Yung mag-a-attach lang po ba ng bid securing declaration, yung notarized, or need pa po namin magpagawa ng manager's check, surety ban, ganun po? Or yung ipapanotary lang po bid securing declaration?
Miss Pao, ano nga yung napag-agreean natin ito, Miss Pao?
Ma'am Trish, regarding po dito
Manager's check ba?
sa bid security, ma'am, kung bid securing declaration po yung gagamitin niya, po yung form na nasa baba, ma'am, sa section 8, ipapanotarize po yon ng bidder Or kung bid security po ang gagamitin, ito po, mamimili po dito. Kung ano po yung ano niya.
Isa lang po sa mga pagpipilian nyo po, ma'am. From 1 to 7 po. Bali kapag gumamit po kami ng big securing declaration, kahit hindi na po kami magpagawa ng manager's check or yung surety bond,
Opo.
bali pipili lang po kami naman.
Kung bid securing declaration form po yung gagamitin nyo, ma'am, ipapanotarize nyo lang po yun.
And any of the following. At
Opo.
least isa, Miss Pao, tama?
Yes po. Kailangan.
Oo.
Opo. So, pipili kayo dito, ma'am, ng isa po.
Clear na po, ma'am? Hello?
Ma'am, make sure ko lang po, bali, magpapanotary po kami tapos pipili po kami. For example po, yung napili po namin yung surety bond.
Hello?
Hello po.
Hello? Yes, Miss Caris, please proceed. What was the question again?
Ma'am Trish,
Yes.
for a while lang po, i-clear lang po namin kay Ma'am Tina para mas clear po yung magiging reply po natin kay...
Ma'am Tina, are you around? Ma'am Tina?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
The question po, Ma'am Tina, is, Ma'am Carissa, are you still with us?
Yes po, ma'am.
Ma'am, can you please repeat your question or clarification so that pwede pong masagot ng kasama namin sa back? Kasi ang nakalagay dito, Ma'am Tina, is 16.1. He's referring to 16.1. The bid security shall be in the form of a bid securing declaration and any of the following. So ang tanong ni Ma'am, kung baga daw po is bid security in the form of bid securing declaration, isa lang po ba ang kukunin niya o pipiliin niya dito? Tama po ba, Ma'am Caris, yung tanong ko?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. Ma'am Tiens, can you please help us out with this?
Kasi ito ma'am yung isang provision ng ating bidding documents na bago siya. Hello po.
Yes, Ma'am Tina, you are loud and clear. Sige po.
Yes po. Sa dati kasi po natin, under RA 9184, bid securing declaration po, di ba? Or itong any of the following. Pero ito po kasi, na-notice din natin na any of the following. Di ba po?
So, kahit...
we will check po ulit with the raw bidding documents and pakihintay na lang po sa bid bulletin para lang ma-clarify kasi nasa pa din naman tayo, learning process tayo since bago itong ating bidding documents for RA 12009. So, kay ma'am, kung wala po kami i-publish na bid bulletin regarding 16.1, ibig sabihin po, meron kayong bid securing declaration at pipili pa kayo ng isa. Pero i-review nga po namin yung raw na bidding documents para po sigurado tayo. So pakihintay na lang po sa bid bulletin, ma'am.
Thank you, Ma'am Tina.
Thank you po.
Ma'am Caris, were we able to answer your question po ba?
Yes po, ma'am. Thank you po.
So, advice na lang po namin, ma'am, please just check kasi mag-i-issue naman po kami ng bid bulletin with some of the questions that are being raised na hindi masasagot ngayon. Thank you, Ma'am Caris. So, do we still have any other questions from our bidders? May mga tanong pa po ba? Nag-raise po ng kamay si Sir Luther Ken Rabaka. Yes po, sir, you're acknowledged. Kindly raise your question po.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon po. Ma'am, tanong po lang po yung submission ng post-qualification if ever for LCD. Pwede po ba online or manual submission?
Come again, sir?
Yung,
Pao, were you able to get the question, Miss Pao?
Yes po, Ma'am Trisha.
Okay. Can you repeat the question, Miss Pao, Tabi?
Kung pwede daw po, ma'am, na mag-submit sila ng post-qualification documents through email po or kailangan daw po ba na hard copy yung ipadala nila?
Okay, what was the instruction dun sa nabasa natin, Ms. Pau? Can they submit electronic or yung actual submission talaga, hard copy?
Ma'am Trish, regarding po dito sa post-qualification, wala pong nakalagay kung electronic or printed ang kailangan. Pero sa atin po, ma'am,
Anong practice?
ng electronic copy po or scanned copy po ng post-qualification documents po. Basta po makapasok ng 5 calendar days po upon receipt po ng notice of lowest calculated bid.
So, Pao, for clarification, we accept electronic. Pwedeng isubmit nila electronic. But should they decide na isubmit yan siya na hard copy, do we still accept? Yes or
Yes
no?
po. Yes
Okay,
po.
so Sir Luther, in answer to your question, we accept both electronic or hard copy, provided na hindi po siya lalagpas sa 5 calendar days.
Yes po.
Sir
Thank you, ma'am.
Luther, clear
Yes,
na po,
ma'am. Thank
sir?
you po.
Okay.
Yes po,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much po, sir. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Any other question po from our bidders?
Ma'am Trish.
Yes po, Ma'am
Si
Tina.
Tina po ito.
Yes po.
Ma'am Pao, ano naman, di ba ito yung notification that can be sent through email, yung post-qualification sa second page na po. Pwede pong pababa. Ayan, di ba? I-emphasize lang po natin, tama ba ito ba yung sinabi na, ayan, in case the notice for the submission of post-qualification documents is sent via the bidder's email, it shall be considered as received by the bidder on the date and time the email was sent, whether or not the bidder acknowledged the said email. It shall be the bidder's responsibility to check his or her email for the purpose. So please allow us to elaborate on this kasi di ba po non-extendable period yung ating post-qualification pag-submit ng ating documents. Dagdag pa po nito, once na na-send po ng procuring entity yung request for the post-qualification documents sa inyo pong registered email,
nagbibilang na siya.
Opo. So yun lang po yung ating paalala sa ating mga prospective bidders. Maraming salamat po. Thank you, Ma'am Trish.
Yes, Ma'am Tina, actually, this morning when we go through this, I already made emphasis on this, na hindi po magbibilang tayo ng 5 days mula nung kayo ay nagbukas ng inyong email. The 5 days will start once the backsec of the procuring entity have forwarded or sent out the notification. Klaro po tayo dyan, Sir Luther?
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po.
So,
Thank you,
yes po. Thank you, Ma'am Tina. Any other questions po or clarification po? Doon po sa mga line items na pinakita namin, may tanong po ba kayo doon? It seems wala na naman po sigurong tanong. In 3, mayroon pa. Nag-raise pa po si Sir Mando Mans Bugtong. Yes po, sir, you're acknowledged. What's your question po, sir? Sir Bugtong? Sir Bugtong? Sir, hindi po namin kayo, sir, marinig. But you are raising your hand. Okay, it seems na wala po si Sir Bugtong. Miss Pau, wala na naman. Nagsasalita po ba siya?
Sa end po namin, ma'am, wala din po kaming marinig na audio.
So, das din sa external. Yes po, sir.
Okay.
Are you, sir, Mando Bugtong?
Yes po.
Okay.
Endure Medical po, Mando Bugtong po.
Yes po, sir. What's your question po? Clarification.
May i-clarify lang po ako kung line feed po ba ito?
Ano po ulit yan? Miss Pau, line bid po ba ito?
Yes po.
Madali lang po, sir, ha? So that we can be sure of our answer sa tanong niyo po. Okay. Under ITB Clause 1.2, specifically the number of lots, 11 line items. So that answers your question po, sir.
Thank you po.
Okay po.
Thank you
You're
po.
most welcome po. Yes po. Any other clarifications? Kung wala na po, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ms. Pao, that concludes the reading and likewise the review of the technical specifications. So, kanina na Ms. Pao. Ay, sa akin pa pala po yung next project.
Ma'am Trisha,
Yes po.
additional lang po na info doon sa tanong ni Ma'am Carissa Quijado kanina po.
Okay. Ma'am Carissa, are you still around?
Yes, ma'am. Hello. Yes,
Okay. With regards to your question kanina po, ito po, may additional info si Ms. Pauline. Yes, please proceed, Ms. Pau.
Thank you po. And for the info din po ito ng other bidder natin. So
Okay.
yung mga i-attach po natin sa bidding documents ay yung nakalagay po doon sa checklist. And aside po doon sa checklist, ito po sa 30.3F. Yung mga additional documents po natin na dapat i-attach po sa technical envelope po natin. So nakalagay naman na po kung ano-ano po yun. So yun lang po yung additional info po namin.
Ms. Pau, may I know, thank you, Ms. Pau. Pau, may I know, will our bidders have access dito sa mga nabasa natin, mga provisions?
Ano yan, Ma'am Trish? Ito pong chat po ni Sir Mando.
Hindi, itong binasa natin lahat since this morning. Can they go through with this po? Pwede ba nila itong ma-review? Will they be given a copy of this or can they access a copy of this?
Ito po, Ma'am Trish, ay posted na po sa PhilJeps at sa website po natin.
Okay.
November 2 pa po.
Okay. So basically, this has been posted already and they are free to review and likewise read the provisions po. So ang ginagawa lang po natin ngayon pre-bid is iniisa-isa po namin basahin so that if there will be clarifications or queries, masagot na po namin. But at your end, pwede nyo din po itong mabasa because this has been posted already. Tama, Ms. Pao?
Yes po.
Yes po. So, should you have any more clarifications or queries, bukas naman po ang opisina namin, ang BACSEC, to entertain some of your questions dun po sa address na ibinigay namin at sa telephone number na naibigay din po. Since wala na pong tanong, Ms. Pao, we now proceed to the next project.
Yes po, Ma'am Trish. Thank you po, Ma'am Trish.
Parang ako pa ata, Ms. Pao.
Ma'am Trish, basahin ko lang po itong chat ni Sir Mando Bugtong.
Yes,
sa
please.
chat box. Under RA 12009 and the IRR, Section 56.2 expressly states that the bidder shall submit a bid securing declaration or any form of bid security in an amount not less than the required percentage of the ABC. Section 56.3 further requires that the bidding document show at least 3 acceptable forms, including the bid securing declaration. The instruction to bidders, ITB Clause 16, in the May 2025 SPD mirrors this approach. Therefore, the listed forms are alternatives. Any one is acceptable when it meets the required percentage and other conditions. If the BDS or ITB appears to require multiple simultaneous forms because it uses, and this is an ambiguity that should be resolved in favor of the statute and IRR, bidders should not be required to submit more than one form of bid security for one bid. Good afternoon po. Clarify lang po in relation to query earlier.
Okay, that's the same question that was raised by Ms. Carissa Quijado, isn't it, Ms. Pao?
Yes.
And I guess that was answered already by Ma'am Tina. And subsequently, we gave instruction that relative to that question or query that was raised, we will be issuing a bid bulletin to that effect. Isn't it, Ms. Pao?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish.
Okay. So, Sir Mando, thank you for sharing that info. And thank you for sharing that information. And as what Ma'am Tina, one of the back members mentioned a while ago, we will be issuing a bid bulletin so that the answer to that question or to that query will be talaga pong mapag-aralan. So that's the reason why we will be issuing a bid bulletin relative to that. So would that be okay po, Sir Mando?
Yes po, thank you po.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much po. So abangan na lang po, magpapalabas po ng bid bulletin relative to that. Okay?
Okay po, thank you.
You're most welcome. May nagtatanong pa po ba? It seems wala na din pong tanong or clarification. Again, for questions po and should you want to be assisted sa pag-prepare ng documents niya the office, specifically the back secretariat are very much willing to assist you. You just have to get in touch with them. Okay po? So having said that, Ms. Pao, let's now proceed to the next project. Thank you.
So again po, good afternoon. Our next project po is supply and delivery of ethanylistradiol plus levonorgestrel under IB number 26-09. May we know po sa ating prospective bidder kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash ating screen. So meron pong interested. So for this project po, si Ma'am Trish po ulit ang magde-discuss. Trish, over po.
Okay. To our bidders and likewise to our end users who are present, we will now do away with the reading of the entire documents I've read since this morning kasi ulitin lang naman natin po. So instead, I will now be proceeding with the salient points kasi marami pa pong project na babasahin in the interest of time. So would that be okay with our interested bidders po? Okay, thank you very much po. So for the next project, this is now for the supply and delivery of ethanylestradiol plus levonorgestrel. This is under IB number 26-09. So the DOH through the NEP applies a sum of 4,793,592.74. Being the approved budget for the contract to payments under the contract for supply and delivery of ethanylestradiol plus levonorgestrel under IB number 26-09. Bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. Next. Sige. Doon na tayo, Ms. Pao. Diretso na. Okay. A complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders from December 2, 2025 to December 22, 2025 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding documents. So for this po, ang amount po na babayaran for the fee is 5,000 pesos only. Ano pa? Sige, next, Ms. Pao. Okay. Nabasa ko na po yan kanina. Nabasa namin ni Ma'am Tina extensively. Okay. So dito po tayo sa BDS. Under ITB clause, the procuring entity is DOH Bicol CHD. Ang project title po is Supply and Delivery of ethanylestradiol ethinylestradiol plus levonorgestrel. The identification number of contract is IB number 26-09. One item lang po ito. Okay po? The funding source is NEP and NGA, and the total ABC for this is 4,793,592 and 74. Sige, next, Miss Pau. One lot lang po ito ha. Ito po, the procuring, pakibaba Miss Pau, doon ka Miss Pau sa 10, ay 9.1. Okay, tapos ang pre-bid natin. Okay, next Miss Pau. Sa 12.4, the ABC is 4 million. Nasabi ko na po, any bid with a financial component exceeding the amount will not be accepted. Okay po? Okay, sige Miss Pau. Ito po yung mga attachment na isasabay niyo po aside from the sa checklist ha, yung technical documents. Sige Miss Pau. Can we proceed with the technical specs? Okay, for the schedule of requirement po, isa lang naman po ito. So the description is ethinylestradiol plus levonorgestrel. We will be needing 230,683 cycle. The total po for this amount for this is 4,793,592.74. Ano po ang delivery schedule? Within 120 calendar days upon receipt of notice to proceed. Okay, don't forget to indicate your name and your signature. Next. Now, this is now the technical specifications. Pakibaba, Miss Pau. Okay. So, hindi ko na po babasahin isa-isa. Paki-scroll down mo lang, Miss Pau, slowly. Miss Pau, may I know the end user for this family health?
Yes po, Ma'am Trish. Family
Okay.
health.
Okay, thank you. So yan po, again, we will be reiterating every now and then that for those documents that would require your signature and your name, please put, pakilagay nyo po. Ano po, including sino pong nire-represent yung company. Okay, sige Miss Pau. Again, you have there the checklist both for the technical and financial. So we've shown already the different forms that you will be using. Okay, that's the price schedule for goods from within the Philippines. Ito naman po, for goods offered from abroad. This is for the SLCC. Again, we will be requiring you to submit at least one of the three mandatory documents that we will be requesting. Okay na, Miss Pau? Ito naman, statement of all ongoing. So this is the contract. Now, for your omnibus sworn statement, if dati 10 recitals lang po, ngayon, again, 11 na po yan and it should be notarized. This is the bid securing declaration. This all document should also be notarized. So that completes the discussion for the second project. May we know if there are questions and all clarification po from our bidders? Si Ma'am Carissa. Good afternoon po, Ma'am. Clarification lang po for ceiling. Ang tanong is from sales. Kanino yung galing, Miss Pao? Sales Chris Pasa? Pa yun? Apa. Ma'am, ano po yung tanong? Would you want to be clarified as to the ceiling? Ceiling of what? Of the envelopes po ba?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon po.
Yes po, ma'am. Good afternoon. What was your question po, ma'am? Hindi ko po na-pick up yun.
Ma'am, regarding lang sa ceiling, kasi di ba kanina pinakita, technical component at saka financial component. Tapos pagkasamaan, bali original copy lang po siya. Wala na pong copy 1.
Ang alin po?
Sa ceiling and marking po. Ng bid box.
The same pa din po. Di ba, Miss Pao? The same pa din. Isa na lang bang copy, Miss Pao?
Ma'am Trish, regarding
Yes.
Kung ilan na lang pong copy yung ipoproduce, i-bid bulletin na lang po namin if ever. We'll
Okay.
ask muna the bank.
Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am, please just wait for the bid bulletin that we will be issuing as we still have to determine among the back members. We have to determine ilan po ba talagang copies ang i-require namin.
Okay po, ma'am. Noted po.
Okay.
Thank you po.
You're most welcome po. Again, to our bidders, please take note or please just check every now and then because we will be submitting or we will be forwarding bid bulletins for instructions po. Ano po? Okay. Are there any more questions and all clarification? Nagkakabirilot na ako pa.
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po, sir. Yes po.
Jason from AAA Pharma.
Okay po.
With regards po sa labeling instruction, ma'am.
Labeling instruction, okay.
Okay. Sa letter A po, can you allow it, ma'am, na yung generalize na lang po yung Philippine Government Property, DOH, instead na DOH, complete na po yung the Department of Health, not for sale.
Sige, dito po namin, sir, for a while, sir, dito po ba, are you referring to this?
Yes
po. Okay. Ang gusto niyo po is ilalagay na lang
Yung
Philippine
kompleto
Government.
po.
Ang gusto niyo po instead of DOH, ilalagay po nyo is DOH. Ikukompleto nyo ang DOH, Department of Health. Ganun po ba?
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po. Kasi yung po yung mga kadalasan, ma'am, parang sa mga ibang bidding para isang template na lang po, ma'am.
Okay. So, kasi ang sa amin, nire-require lang namin is DOH. However, your proposition is gawin siya instead na abbreviated, gawin po talaga naka-spelled out talaga ang Department of Health. Tama po, sir?
Yes po.
Sir, please just wait for the bid bulletin as we will be including this as well sa instruction.
Sa other project po, naka-Department of Health na rin po kasi. Ito lang po sa kauna.
Yung sa mga gamot, Department of Health. Miss Pao, can you please check? Kasi nauna daw, mga nakalagay talaga is Department of Health. But for this second project, ang nakalagay lang is DOH. Nevertheless po, sir, we will take note of that. And further instructions will be issued through a bid bulletin na lang po, sir.
Then follow up po. Isa pa po.
Yes po. Please go ahead.
Clarification for the shelf life.
Shelf life.
Diyan lang po sa ibabaw po.
Okay. Shelf life. Where can we find that shelf life?
Sa taas po.
Sa taas daw, Pao. Ayan.
Okay. Nakalagay po dito, di ba po? Bali, ang shelf life at least 36 months from the date of manufacture, but not less than 34 months from the date of deliveries.
Apa.
So, di ba ang deliveries po natin, ma'am, is 120 days. So, supposed to be, ma'am, if 120 days, dapat yung 34 months, it should be 32.
32, nakasobra ng 2 buwan. Kung 120 days pa. Tama, sir?
Opo.
Okay. Sige po. Sir, again, because there is a discrepancy as to the number, it should be 32 months, tama?
Yes po.
Instead, mali yung computation na 34. Because if it's 34 months, that would be
60
100, ilang days yan?
That is 60 months po.
Okay, sige. So, ganito na lang po, sir. Naka-highlight na naman po, sir, nilagay namin red because, again, that will be subject for further instruction through an issuance of a bid bulletin.
Noted, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir, na nakita niyo po yung discrepancy as to the numbers. Thank you very much po, sir. We'll be issuing a bid bulletin relative to that. Any other questions po? Thank you, Sir Jason. Si Ma'am Carissa, she's raising her hand. Please proceed, Ma'am Carissa.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes po, good afternoon.
Pagkaroon po dun sa technical specification, possible po ba na with ferrous fumarate 60 milligram?
Ma'am, can you please repeat the question? Pasensya na, ma'am. Medyo mahina ang... Ano po ulit, ma'am, yun?
Dun sa technical
Technical specification, okay?
Yes, possible po bang with ferrous fumarate 60 milligram?
Okay. Ma'am, we will take note of your recommendation. However, this will be again subject to a bid bulletin issuance because we have to refer this to the end user.
Okay po, thank you po.
Okay, thank you. Kasi ibabalik po namin to sa end user yung suggestion nyo and whatever will be the decision of the end user, that will be confirmed with the BAC and then we will issue a bid bulletin. Would that be okay, Ma'am Caris?
Ma'am, yes po.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Pao, do we have other questions, clarifications from the end user, from the bidders?
Sa chat box po, Ma'am Trish, wala na po.
Okay. Since wala na din pong nagre-raise ng kamay, that means wala na pong tanong or clarification. At this point, we would like to thank the bidders. Hindi pa po tapos because there are a lot of projects po na babasahin pa. So that concludes the 2 project po for the upcoming bidding po sa December 22. So marami pa po tayong babasahin na project. But for now, let me turn you over now to the BACSEC, Ms. Pao, and thank you very much to our bidders. Good afternoon. Ms. Pao, over to you.
Thank you po, Ma'am Trisha. So let us proceed na po sa ating next project. So for our next project po, supply and delivery of various supplements for nutrition program under IB number 26-11. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidder kung meron pong interested sa project pong naka-flash sa ating screen. Thumbs up na lang po. Meron po. So for this project po, ang magde-discuss po ay si Ma'am Tina Rico po, our back member. Ma'am Tina, over po.
Ms. Pao?
Yes, Ma'am Trish.
Available si Ma'am Tina?
Andito na po si Ma'am.
Okay. Sige.
Ma'am Tina, over po.
So good afternoon, everyone. We are here to present to you the invitation to bid for supply and delivery of various supplements for nutrition program under IB number 26-11. So we have interested bidders for this project. And we assume na kanina po kayo nag-a-attend. Tama po ba? Paano naman po? Validate naman ang assumption namin para hindi na tayo magbasa ulit ng buong bidding documents. Pa-thumbs up po. Pero, okay, sige po. So we are settled then. I-discuss lang po natin yung salient points referring to IB number 26-11. So the ABC for this project is 25,334,216 pesos only, being the approved budget for the contract to payments under the supplements for nutrition program under IB number 26-11. So bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. So under number 2, bidders should have completed at least 2 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids, contracts similar to the project. The description of an eligible bidder is contained in the bidding documents, particularly in Section 2, Instruction to Bidders. So interested bidders may obtain further information from BOHB CHD and inspect the bidding documents at the address given below from Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So under number 5 po, a complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on December 2 to December 22, 2025 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding documents. So pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the GPPB in the amount stated below. So pumili lamang po kayo ng angkop na cost of bidding documents base po sa total ABC na inyo pong ibibid for this project. So nakikita po sa inyong screen ang guide kung magkano yung cost ng bidding documents. Sige po. Yan. So, ito pong pre-bid natin ngayon. Ito na ang ginagawa natin. So, the instructions for electronic bid submission have been discussed extensively by Ma'am Tricia. So, i-skip na po natin ito. So, for your queries, you may contact po our head of the back secretariat, Ma'am Liberty Tapado. May contact details po siya na naka-flash sa inyong screen. So for our instruction to bidders, pipiliin na lang po natin yung mga importante na provisions which are applicable to this project. So magre-refer na po tayo sa bid data sheet. So for this project po, ito po ang ating bid data sheet. So the title of this project is Supply and Delivery of Various Supplements for Nutrition Program with identification number IB number 26-11. So this project is composed of 4 line items. Ito po ay early procurement. The source of fund is National Expenditure Program. So na-reiterate na din po yung ating provision under 5.4 on the SLCC as well as the supporting documents. Ano po ang definition ng contracts? Ito po ay supply and delivery of drugs and medicines. So for this project po, subcontracting is not allowed under 8.1. So the bid security for this particular project is valid until April 21, 2026. So, yan po, post-qualification documents na discuss na po natin yan kanina. Let us proceed to the schedule of requirements. So, ayan po ang ating schedule of requirements. Meron po tayong 4 items. Nakalagay po ang delivery schedule. It is important po na once you submit your bidding documents, please do not forget to accomplish the lower portion of the schedule of requirements. Meron pong mga information na hinihingi like the name of company or bidder, signature over printed name of the authorized representative, and the date. For our technical specifications po, may instructions tayo na you pay particular attention to each and every row of the items po. Pakilagyan ng comply, cross-reference to the pages of your brochure or product literature. So, i-run down lang po natin ito. Later on, we will open the table for your queries and suggestions. So, first item is lipid nutrient supplement paste, small quantity. Second po is the F75 therapeutic milk. So the procuring entity po is requiring 300 cans. Third item is F100 therapeutic milk, 100 cans po. Last item is multiple micronutrient supplements or MMS. Ang kailangan po ay 5,521,282 capsules. So ayan po, there are provisions that is applicable or that are applicable to all items po. At the bottom portion of the technical specifications are blank spaces for you to fill out po base sa hinihingi po na data. So paki-fill out lamang po ito ng tama once na sa pag-submit niyo po ng bidding documents. So ito po ang ating checklist which will serve as your guide in the preparation of your bidding documents as well as lagay po sa bid data sheet. So this is your bid form. Paki-fill out lamang po ng tama. Our price schedule for goods. May pagpipilian po from within the Philippines or from abroad. Your form for the SLCC, paki-accomplish po ng kompleto at tama. Sabayan ng required attachments. For our ongoing government and private contracts, ayan po, may form din. Please fill it out completely. Omnibus sworn statement that has been extensively discussed by Ma'am Tricia. As well as ito pong ating bid securing declaration. So, yan po ang ating bidding documents. The table is now open for your queries, suggestions. Please identify your affiliation po kung saan kayong company and the item you wish to be clarified or yung item na meron po kayong suggestion. You may use po the in-call messages.
Naka-raise po ng hand si Ma'am Carissa. Go ahead po, Ma'am.
Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Good afternoon po.
Ma'am, regarding po dun sa item 4, yung MMS po, dun po sa delivery schedule, possible po bang 90 to 120 days?
For a while lang po, ma'am. So, ano po yung inyong suggestion, ma'am?
Sa item 4 po, 90 to 120 days po. Kasi
90
po,
to
supported po. Opo.
So, ipapaabot po namin ito, ma'am, sa end user. Mag-abang na lang po ng bid bulletin kung meron man po regarding this concern. Any more questions, ma'am? Or say,
Under po dun sa technical specification, ma'am, for item 4 din po. Nakalagay po kasi ma'am, capsule po. Yung sa amin po kasi ma'am, yung ina-offer po namin yung approved by Unimap, which is film-coated tablet po.
film-coated tablet.
Yes po ma'am. Po, yun po yung approved ng Unimap po.
Sige po. May questions pa po ba tayo? Or suggestions?
Nag-raise po ng hand, Ma'am, si Sir Mando Bugto. Go ahead po.
Hello po, good afternoon. From Endure Medical po.
Yes, sir. Please proceed po.
Pwede pong mag-suggest doon sa item number 2 and 3 sa gawin nating 90 to 120 20 calendar days po.
Sa schedule of delivery po, sir?
Yes po, ma'am. Opo.
So we will refer the matter po to the end user.
Thank you po.
Welcome po. Any more questions, suggestions, please? So wala po sa in-call messages. Wala rin po kami nakikita pang nag-raise ng hand. So we will be turning over the floor to our back secretariat for the next project. So, over to you po, Ma'am Pao.
Thank you po, Ma'am Tina. So let us proceed na po sa ating next project po. Apo. Our next project po is supply and delivery of anti-hypertensive medicines under IB number 26-12. May we know po sa ating prospective bidder kung meron pong interested, thumbs up na lang po. Diba na? Again po, kung meron pong interested po sa project na naka-flash sa ating screen, pa-thumbs up na lang po para ma-discuss po natin itong bidding documents. Meron. So, for this project po, okay. For this project po, ang magdi-discuss po ay si Ma'am Tina Rico pa din po. Ma'am Tina, over po.
So, thank you po, Ma'am Pao. So on your screen is the invitation to bid for the supply and delivery of anti-hypertensive medicines under IB number 26-12. So the ABC for this project is 36,501,859.95. So bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. So bidders should have completed at least 2 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids, contracts similar to the project, which will be defined under Section 2 of the Instruction to Bidders. So let us proceed to number 5. Makikita nyo po ulit ang ating table kung saan nakalagay ang cost of bidding documents. Depende po sa total ABC ng mga items that we opt to bid. So let us just make sure na tama po ang pagkakwenta nyo ng mga ABCs ng mga items para mag-correspond din siya ng tama sa cost of bidding documents na inyong babayaran. Sige po. So lahat naman po ito ay na-discuss na natin ng malawakan kaninang umaga. So we proceed to the bid data sheet. So the project title is Supply and Delivery of Anti-Hypertensive Medicines under IB number 26-12. Ito po ay may 4 line items at ang fund source niya, since this is early procurement, it is the National Expenditure Program. Okay, so ano ang definition ng contract similar to the project, supply and delivery of drugs and medicines? Subcontracting is not allowed po. So your bid security shall be valid until April 21, 2026. Okay na po tayo. We proceed to the schedule of requirements. Ayan po, for 4-line items, may kanya-kanya pong delivery schedule. At meron din po kayong pipirmahan sa ibaba once na isubmit po ninyo ang bidding documents. We proceed to the technical specifications. Again, we reiterate na you accomplish po the technical specifications by row para po ma-fill outan natin ng tama yung hinihingi ng procuring entity. If you have your brochures, please cross-reference it to your brochure kung anong page po siya. The first item is amlodipine, 5 milligrams po. Item 2 is amlodipine, 10 milligrams po. Third item po is losartan, 50 milligrams. And the last item po is losartan, 100 milligrams. So there are provisions applicable to all items. Paki-check na lamang po. And please do not forget to fill out the required information sa last portion po ng ating technical specifications. So yung checklist po, as usual, to guide you, the bid form, price schedule for goods offered from abroad and from within the Philippines. Your choice po. SLCC form, please fill out completely. Ongoing projects po na form, meron din. And the omnibus warrant statement. With 11 recitals po. So that concludes po the presentation of the bidding documents for the project on anti-hypertensive medicines. So the floor is now open for your queries and suggestions po.
Sir Mando Bugtong. Nag-raise po ng hand si Sir Mando Bugtong. Sir Mando, go ahead po.
Hello po, good afternoon from Enjoy Medical Mando po. Sa schedule of delivery po, pwede po mag-suggest.
For a while lang po. Go ahead po, sir.
Item 1, 2, and 3 po. Pwede pong 90 to 120 calendar days.
Ilan po, sir?
90 to 120 calendar days.
Okay po.
Thank you po.
Salamat po. Any more queries po, suggestions from our prospective bidders?
Sir Luther Ken. Go ahead po.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon po. Ma'am, tanong ko lang yung yung Losartan 50 milligrams. Per pack po nito, ilan? 100 per pack or 30 per packs? Per blister pack? Blister packs. Oh, 100 tablets per blister packs or 30 tablets per blister packs po.
100 tablets. Ay.
Sa packaging, ma'am. 100 or 30 tablets.
Ay, naka-standard packaging.
Standard packaging.
Kung ano po yung offer ni manufacturer. Okay po, sila doon.
So yung standard is 100.
Ang standard po is 100. Tanong na lang ulit namin yun sa
So, sir, i-clarify po ito namin sa end user just to be sure na ang standard is 100 tablet per box po.
Okay po, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Then last question, ma'am. Yung pagbili po ng kasi first time namin sa Bicol, pagbili po ng bidding docs, ano po yung requirements ulit?
So kung kayo po, sir, ay magbabayad ng bidding documents po through deposit po or bank transfer, meron po kaming nilagay sa invitation to bid po ng mga details po kung saan i-deposit po yung pera or ita-transfer po yung pera. After, sir, yung deposit slip, kailangan nyo po yun i-send doon po sa email namin na nakalagay po sa invitation to bid. Ilalagay nyo po yung mga details po like yung name po ng inyong company, ano pong IB number po kayo interested, name po ng representative, contact number po, and kung saan po kayong branch nag-deposit po ng pera po.
Okay po, ma'am. Thank you po. Then yung corresponding bidding fees is depend naman po sa line items, di ba? Sa ABC. Thank you po.
Yes, sir. Depende po sa napili inyong items na mag-bid kayo.
Okay po, ma'am. Thank you po.
So, nag-raise po ng hand si Ma'am Carissa. Go ahead po.
Hello po, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po, ma'am.
Ma'am, ask na po sana namin kung pwede pong mag-aggregate dun sa single largest completed contract.
Ma'am, for your query, we will just issue po a bid bulletin for this matter po. Kung wala pong na-issue na bid bulletin, ibig sabihin po kung ano ang nakapaloob sa aming published bidding documents, yun po ang ating susundan. Okay po, ma'am.
Okay po, ma'am. Next, may question pa po sana. I mean,
Sige.
suggestion po.
Sige
Doon po sa delivery schedule po for item 3. Doon sa Luzerne 50 mg po. Doon po sa first delivery, pwede po bang 60 calendar days? 60 days po. Instead of 30. Tapos yung sa second delivery po, 90 days po. Yun lang po, ma'am. Thank you po.
Salamat po. Questions pa po or suggestions? Seeing none sa nag-raise ng hand, wala naman po tayong nakapending messages sa in-call. So, wala na pong questions. We turn over the floor to our Secretariat. Over to you po, Ma'am Pao.
Thank you po, Ma'am Pina. So let us proceed na po sa ating next project. Okay na po, ma'am. Thank you. So for our next project po is supply and delivery of antimicrobial medicines under IB number 26-14. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidder kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. Pa-thumbs up na lang po. Okay po. Thank you po. So meron pong interested bidder. So for this project po, ang magdi-discuss naman po ay ang ating ating back vice chairperson po, Doc Monray Isaiah Mancilia. Doc Mon, over po.
Thank you, Ma'am Pao. So, Ma'am Pao, before I start reading the invitation to bid, may I know kung yung nag-interested bidder po natin ay present na since kanina nung mag-discuss tayo ng lahat ng parts of the document?
Yes po, Doc Monray.
Okay, so we'll just present the salient parts, correct?
Yes po.
Okay, so as a rule, please allow me to first finish reading the whole of the bidding documents. And while I present the document, please take note of any questions that you may have or you may encounter along the way. So you will be given a time to ask your questions once I finish reading the whole of the document. So to start, this is the invitation to bid for supply and delivery of antimicrobial medicines under invitation to bid number 26-14. So the Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development, through the National Expenditure Program, intends to apply the sum of 496,920 pesos only approved budget for the contract to payments under contract for supply and delivery of antimicrobial medicines under IB number 26-14. So bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. So the DOH, Bicol CHD now invites bids for supply and delivery of antimicrobial medicines under IB number 26-14 using the early procurement activity. Delivery of the goods is required on the expected delivery date stated in Section 6, Schedule of Requirements. Bidders should have completed at least 2 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids contracts similar to the project. And the description of the eligible bidder is contained in the bidding documents, particularly in Section 2 or the instruction to bidders. So the bidding will be conducted through a competitive bidding procedure using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion as specified in the new Government Procurement Act or the IRR of RA 12009. So bidding is restricted to Filipino citizens, sole proprietorship, partnership, organizations with at least 60% interest or outstanding capitals stocks belonging to citizens of the Philippines and to citizens or organizations of a country, the law or regulation of which grant similar rights or privileges to Filipino citizens pursuant to RA number 518. So the interested bidders may obtain further information from the Department of Health, Bicol CHD, and inspect the bidding documents at the address given below from Mondays to Fridays. So that's at 8 a.m. up to 5 p.m. So we will be expecting that a complete set of bidding documents be acquired by the interested bidder on December 2 to December 22, 2025 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fees for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the GPPB in the amount of 500 pesos only. Okay, so the details of the payment kung saan po kayo paaring magbayad, pati yung ating pong account ay nandito po. Similar naman po ito doon sa previously presented natin kanina. So the DOH Bicol CHD will be holding the pre-bidding conference. So this is what we are doing today, December 10, 2025, 9 a.m. at DOH Bicol CHD Legazpi City through video conferencing via Google Meet, which shall be open to prospective bidders. So bids must be duly received by the Bids and Awards Committee Secretariat through either one, manual submission at the office address indicated below, or two, online submission as indicated below on or before December 22, 2005 at 9 a.m. Late bids shall not be accepted. So all bids must be accompanied by a bid security in any of the acceptable forms and in the amount stated in ITB Clause 16.1. So the bid opening shall be on December 22, 2025 at 9 a.m. At the Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development, Legazpi City, and via Google Meet. Bids will be opened in the presence of the bidder's representative who choose to attend the activity. Okay, so the rest, pareho naman po ito doon sa ating pong mga na-discuss kanina. Okay, so again, for if you need further information regarding any concerns about this invitation to bid, you may contact or refer your concerns to Ms. Liberty Tapado, the head of the Back Secretariat at the Procurement Management Unit of the Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development through the contact number and email address provided here in this document. So, the same po yung mga nakalagay po dito as read and presented in sa earlier projects. So we'll just present the salient points. Starting with the bid data sheet, ITB Clause 1.1. So the procuring entity is the DOH Bicol CHD. And the project title is Supply and Delivery of Antimicrobial Medicines. And the identification number for the contract is ID number 26-14. So ITB Clause 1.2 The number of lots basically is 8 line items. So 8 line items po tayo. ITB Clause 2. ITB Clause 2, the funding source is the GOP through source of funding as indicated below for 2026 in the amount of 496,920 pesos only. And since nasa EPA po tayo, the funding source is the NGA National Expenditure Program or the NEP. Sige, so for 5.4, the bidder's SLCC, similar to the contract to be bid, should have been completed within 2 years prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. So the single largest completed contract or the SLCC equivalent to at least 50. So that's 50% of the total ABC the bidder opts to bid, which should be supported by the following documents. So ito lang po yung pipilian. Meron lang po tayong i-attach na either end user's acceptance or official receipts or a sales invoice issued for the contract if completed. So this is as per GPPB Resolution number 16/2020. And please note that failure to submit a copy of the SLCC with the required supporting document is a valid ground for disqualification of the bidders. So ITB Clause 5.5, contracts similar to the project shall be contracts referring to supply and delivery of drugs and medicines. Okay, so please take note as well yung sa 8.1 siguro, ma'am. So for 8.1, subcontracting is not allowed. Okay. So the rest are the same naman po as presented sa previous natin ng mga projects. So for section 6, the schedule of requirements presenting here are the different items. We have 8 items po here as well as the delivery schedule. So for all the items from items 1 to 8, the delivery schedule is within 30 calendar days upon the receipt of notice to proceed. Okay, so the delivery. Okay, so for the delivery, please take note that sa form po na ito, the bidder should affix the name and the name of the bidder as well as the date when the document was signed. So dapat permado po yung ating document na ito. Okay, next po. Sige, for the technical specification, so this is section 7. It'll just flash po. So if you have questions or recommendation, please take note na lang po. And after the presentation, I will give you time to ask questions. So we'll just browse through this. So this one is item 1 for clotrimazole tablet. So for item 2, this is clotrimazole oral suspension. So number 3, amoxicillin capsule. So item number 4, amoxicillin, but this time oral suspension. So item 5, doxycycline capsules. So number 6, co-amoxiclav. Item number 7, azithromycin. And last, mupirocin for item number 8. So for this form, please indicate the name, the name of the representative or the authorized representative, the legal capacity, as well as um, the signature. You can also please also write the name of the company as well as the date when the document was signed. So this is section 8. So ito po yung checklist ng ating pong technical and financial documents. So similar naman po ito dun sa previously presented. And of course, yung ating pong mga forms. So attached are the forms. So this is the price schedule, the SLCC, the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, the contract form, the omnibus foreign statement, the bid security, the securing declaration. Yeah, so yung mga forms po na yun, we recommend you use the form attached po, no? And now I am done presenting the document. We now open the floor for any questions or clarifications regarding the presented invitation to bid document. Ma'am Pao, are there any questions? Or may nakataas po bang kamay or may nag-chat po ba sa chat box?
Sa chat box po, wala naman pong nag-chat, Doc.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Pao. Are there any questions? You may raise your hands or you may chat your question in our chat box. Okay. Mukhang walang questions. Ano, Ma'am Pao? Sige, we can do countdown. Then, kung wala tayong question, we can proceed to the next. Thank you.
Kung meron po tayong mga pahabol na questions, pa-chat na lang po sa ating chat box or pwede po mag-raise ng hand. So ngayon po, magka-countdown na po kami. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So wala naman pong nag-chat at wala din pong nag-raise ng hand. Let us proceed po sa ating next project. Thank you po, Doc Monray. So let us proceed po dito sa next na project. supply and delivery of vitamins and minerals under IB number 26-15. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. Kindly thumbs up na lang po kung kayo po ay interested. Okay po, so meron pong interested for this project. So for this project naman po, ang magdi-discuss ay ang ating provisional member, Miss Jelly Rio Nawarin Usita. Jelly, over po.
Thank you po, Ma'am Pao. Okay naman po yung audio ko.
Apo, ma'am. Loud and clear po.
Allow me to read po yung ating document for the supply and delivery of vitamins and minerals under IB number 26-15. So as na-discuss na po kanina yung ating intense discussion of the document, allow me to read yung ating salient points lang po for this project. The Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development, through the National Expenditure Program, intends to apply the sum of 17,175,747 pesos and 94 centavos only, being the approved budget for the contract to payments under the contract for supply and delivery of vitamins and minerals under IB number 26-15. The bids received in excess of the ADC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. The DOH, because CHD now invites the bids for supply and delivery of vitamins and minerals under IB number 26-15 using the early procurement activity. Delivery of the goods is required on the expected delivery date stated in Section 6 Schedule of Requirements. Bidders should have completed at least 2 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids, contracts similar to the project. The description of an eligible bidder is contained in the bidding documents, particularly in Section 2, Instructions to Bidders. The bidding will be conducted through competitive bidding procedures using a non-discretionary pass or fail criterion as specified in the IRR of 12009. A complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on December 2, 2025 to December 22, 2025 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fees for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the GPPB in the amount stated below. This is up to bid. And po, so yung ating corresponding amount po is reflected. For the bid data sheet, again, this is the project with title Supply and Delivery of Vitamins and Minerals with identification number 26-15. The number of lots are 8 line items, funding source of which is the GOP through the source of funding as indicated below for the 2026 in the amount of 17,175,747 pesos and 94 centavos. The bidder's SLCC, similar to the contract to be bid, should have been completed within 2 years prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. The SLCC equivalent to at least 50% of the total ABC the bidder opts to bid, which shall be supported with the following documents: the end user's acceptance or official receipt or sales invoice issued for the contract if completed. Failure to submit a copy of the single largest completed contract with the required supporting documents is a valid ground for disqualification of the bidder. Contracts similar to the project shall be contracts referring to supply and delivery of vitamins and minerals. Subcontracting is not allowed. For the schedule of requirements, we have item 1, item 2, item 3, and number 4 to be delivered within 30 calendar days upon receipt of the notice to proceed. We have item 5, ferrous salt plus folic acid within 30 calendar days upon receipt of the NTP. Item 6, calcium carbonate within 120 calendar days. We have item 7 and item 8, retinol 100,000 IU and 200,000 IU within 30 calendar days upon receipt of the NTP. The document shall be submitted with complete signature and date of sign and with the signature authorized of the authorized representative. For the technical specifications, we have item 1, vitamin B1 plus vitamin B6 plus vitamin B12, 100,000 tablets. Shelf life as indicated is 18 to 24 months. The packaging instructions is standard required by the Philippine Food and Drug Administration. The labeling instructions shall bear the Philippine Government Property Department of Health not for sale. The recall and disposal as stipulated in FDA Circular number 2016-012. For the replacement instructions, medicine is with approved shorter shelf life. Replacement for fresh stock shall be issued when returned 3 months before the expiry date. Post-qualification, we have the CGMP and the guarantee letter if with approved shorter shelf life. Item 2, multivitamins for adults is 100,000 capsules. The preparation as indicated per vitamin content is indicated. Shelf life, 18 to 24 months. The packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement instructions, post-quad documents, and the minimum number of samples required is similar to that of item number 1. Item number 3, multivitamins for infants, 3,000 bottles. The specific content per vitamin type is indicated in the preparation. So kindly take note na lang po of the quantity required per vitamin. And then other requirements similar with items 1 and 2. Item 4, multivitamins for children. We have 3,000 bottles. Content and amount per vitamin is also indicated in preparation. Other requirements, similar po sa first item. We have item 5, ferrous salt plus folic acid. We have 13,793,103 film-coated tablets. For the shelf life, 18 to 36 months. Same labeling instructions and then recall and disposal. Replacement instructions and minimum number is similar. For the calcium carbonate, we have 1,626,016 tablets. Other instructions, similar po with the item above. We have item 7, retinol vitamin A, 100,000 IU. We have 100,000 capsules. Shelf life, 18 to 36 months. And then similar instructions as those of the items mentioned above. We also have retinol vitamin A, 200,000 IU. Quantity is 1,910,145 capsules rather. Requirement is 100 cups per bottle. Shelf life is 18 to 36 months. And then packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement instructions, and the minimum number for analysis is similar as already mentioned. For the provision applicable to all items, maximum of 2 lot numbers, submission of batch notification from PFDA upon request for schedule of delivery for antibiotics. We have the supplier must ensure the quality of products if there will be problems in the quality. And then charging for the FDA laboratory or FDA accredited laboratory analysis fee for the following delivered antibiotics from the new supplier, have documented reports of product failures, drugs with narrow therapeutic index. The technical specifications document shall be submitted with the complete name, legal capacity, signature, and date indicated in the document. For the checklist of technical and financial documents, we have the Class A documents as indicated, and then Class B, JVA. We also have financial component envelope shall contain the original of duly assigned and accomplished financial bid form and the price schedule for goods. For the bid form, it shall be submitted bearing the complete name, signature, and designation of the authorized representative of the bidder. Flashed on our screen is the price schedule for goods. Offered abroad and offered in the Philippines. We also have the document for the SLCC bearing the contract similar to the contract to be bid. The document must be submitted with the name and signature of the authorized representative. We also have the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts. The document shall also be submitted with the name and signature of the authorized representative and the contract form. We also have the omnibus sworn statement form. That must be submitted notarized. We have the bid securing declaration form. And must be submitted notarized. So that's it po for the document for the procurement of vitamins and minerals. May we know if we have questions or clarifications?
Ma'am Jelly, meron pong chat ang Chris Pharma po. For ferrous sulfate plus folic acid, delivery schedule, can we offer 120 calendar days? Thank you. Nag-raise po ng hand, Ma'am Jelly, si Ma'am Carissa po of Orion.
Over po, ma'am.
Hello po, good afternoon.
Yes po.
Ma'am, under po sa technical specification, for item number 5, yung ferrous salt plus folic acid.
Go ahead po, ma'am.
Nakalagay po kasi dito, ma'am, 100 film coated tablets per bottle. Pwede po ba siyang blister pack per box.
Thank you very much po, ma'am. We will have to ask po yung end user and issue a bid bulletin po. So we also have a question po from Sir Mando Bugtong. Over po, sir.
Yes po, good afternoon po.
Go ahead po, sir.
Yes po, pertaining din po dito sa packaging ng Ferrous. Pwedeng ano lang po, i-slash na lang po. I-slash na lang po yung per bottle. Thank you po.
Okay po. Sir, ano lang po namin, i-clarify, yung offer niyo po is blister pack din po, pero per bottle po.
Hindi po siya blister pack. Nakalagay po sa bottle, plastic bottle po.
Film coated tablet po siya, sir, per plastic
Yes po.
bottle.
Yes po.
Okay po. Yung may we know pa po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pa po ba tayong mga clarifications po or suggestion dito po sa project na naka-flash sa ating screen. So mag-countdown na po kami. Kung meron po kayong mga pahabol po, kindly chat na lang po sa ating chat box or raise po ng virtual hand. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So let us proceed po sa ating next project. Thank you po, Ma'am Jelly.
Thank you po, Ma'am Pao, and to our interested bidders.
Our next project po, supply and delivery of anti-lipidemics medicine under IB number 26-16. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. Pa-thumbs up na lang po. So kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen, pa-thumbs up na lang po. Okay po. So meron pong interested. So for this project po, ang magdi-discuss naman po ay si Engineer Beam Punsalan, our back member po. Engineer Beam, over po.
Thank you, Ms. Pau. So we have here now the next project, the supply and delivery of anti-lipidemics medicines under IB number 26-16. The Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development through the National Expenditure Program intends to apply the sum of 8,170,969 pesos and 60 centavos only. So we are inviting all prospective bidders who are gustong sumali dito sa supply and delivery of anti-lipidemics medicines. So a complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on December 2, 2025 to December 22, 2025 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the GPPB in the amount stated below. For the bid data sheet under ITB Clause 1.1, the project title is Supply and Delivery of Anti-Lipidemics Medicine. The identification number of the contract is IB number 26-16. ITV 1.2, the number of lots are 4 line items. The funding source is the GOP through the source of funding as indicated below for 2026 in the amount of 8,170,969 and 60 centavos. Under 5.5, contracts similar to the project shall be contracts referring to supply and delivery of drugs and medicines. Subcontracting is not allowed. For the schedule of requirements, we have 4 line items. Number 1 is simvastatin with a total ABC of 5,335,016 pesos to be delivered within 30 calendar days upon receipt of NTP. For item number 2, metformin as hydrochloride 500 milligram tablet with an ABC of 2,632,953.16 to be delivered 60 calendar days upon receipt of NTP. Item number 3, metformin as hydrochloride 500 milligram film-coated tablet with an ABC of 104,000 to be delivered within 30 calendar days upon NTP. And last line item number 4, atorvastatin calcium with an ABC of 99,000 for delivery of 30 calendar days upon receipt of NTP. Okay, don't forget to put your name and signature after the document. For the technical specifications, ra-rundown na lang po natin ito. Kung meron po kayong mga questions, you can raise your questions after this. For line item number 1, simvastatin. Line item number two, metformin as hydrochloride 500 milligram tablet. Item number three, metformin as hydrochloride 500 milligram film coated tablet. And for the last item, number four, atorvastatin calcium. So we have here the claim shell life and the remaining shell life as scheduled. And again, don't forget to put your name and signature on this document. We have here the checklist of technical and financial documents. For technical component, Class A documents are as follows. And for Class B documents, we have here also the checklist. We have here the bid form for the procurement of goods, the bid form. Don't forget, again, your name and signature. For price schedule for goods offered within the Philippines and goods offered outside Philippines or abroad. For the statement of largest completed contract, similar to the contract to be bid, again, your name and signature. We have here the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded. The contract form. The omnibus sworn statement. The bid securing declaration. So I think that's all. Miss Pao, okay, lahat na ba yan?
Yes po, Engineer Beam.
Okay, so could we hear now from the prospective bidders for any comment, suggestions?
So to our prospective bidders po, kung kayo po ay may mga tanong, kindly chat po sa ating chat box or raise po ng hand. So meron na pong nag-raise, Ma'am Carissa po. Go ahead po.
Hi, ma'am. Dun po sa schedule of requirements for item number 1 po, yung schedule of delivery po, pwede pong 60 to 90 days. Tapos po, dun po sa technical specification for item number 2 po, pwede pong metformin as hydrochloride 7 mg tablet, film coated din po. Yun lang po, thank you po.
Miss pa, pakibalik doon sa unang niyang comment, doon sa may range. Ayan, doon. Miss Carissa, at tanong ko lang kung bakit gusto mong i-range yung delivery schedule. Kasi kung hindi naman kung hindi naka-specify kasi siya sa request ng end user na by staggered yung delivery, napakahirap sa pag-evaluate kung naka-range. Miss Pao, naka-staggered ba yung delivery nito?
Hindi naman po, Engineer Beam.
Okay, so Miss Carissa, sa end user, refer for their comment. We will inform you na lang the decision of the end user and the back. So any other comments, suggestions, or questions?
Nag-raise po Engineer Beam ng hand si Sir Mando Bugtog.
Yes, please go ahead, please.
Good afternoon po from Endure Medical po. Dito sa delivery schedule rin po ng item number 2, kung pwedeng mag-suggest 120 calendar days po.
Saan yun? Dito sa item number 2. Okay, just the same, sir, we will refer this one to the end user for their concurrence, and we will let you know through bid bulletin kung ano man decision nila.
Yes po, Engineer. Noted po. Thank you po.
So any more questions, clarifications, suggestions? Hearing none, Ms. Pao, please, your mic.
Thank you po, Engineer. So, kung wala na po tayong questions, let us proceed na po sa next po natin na project. Thank you po, Engineer Beam. So for our next project po, supply and delivery of anti-diabetic medicines under IB number 26-13. So may we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. O thumbs up na lang po. Kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen, pa-thumbs up na lang po. So magka-countdown na po kami. Kindly thumbs up na lang. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So wala naman mong nag-thumbs up or nag-chat po sa ating, nag-thumbs up. Okay. So meron po palang interested. For this project po, ang magdi-discuss naman po ay si Dr. Chris Brian Barria, our member. Doc KB, over po.
Thank you, Ma'am Pao. Good afternoon, everyone. So, this is the invitation to bid for the supply and delivery of anti-diabetic medicines under IB number 26-13. So, in the interest of time, we'll only read provisions which are unique to this project, considering that we're only using a template form from the Philippine bidding documents as prescribed by the GPPB. So again, what we're going to discuss here are the provisions which are unique to this project. Okay, so the Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development, through the National Expenditure Program, intends to apply the sum of 4,880,068 pesos and 44 centavos, being the ABC, to payments under the contract, supply, and delivery of anti-diabetic medicines under IB number 26-13. Bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. So the DH Bicol CHD now invites bids for the supply and delivery of anti-diabetic medicines under this identification number 26-13 using early procurement activity. So, parehas naman ho yung content nito doon sa mga nauna. Sige ma'am, doon tayo sa naiiba. Okay, so parehas na yan. So, for the bid data sheet, the procuring entity, DH Bicol CHD, so the project title is Supply Delivery of Anti-Diabetic Medicines, identification number 26-13. So the number of plots under this project, or there is, tama ba? There are 3 line items under this project. The fund source is the National Expenditure Program. 4,880,067 and 44 centavos. Sige ma'am. So contracts similar to the project shall be contracts referring to supply and delivery of drugs and medicines. Sige. So for the schedule of requirements now, again, there are 3 line items under this project. For item number 1, the delivery schedule is within 60 calendar days upon receipt of notice to proceed from our supply section. Item number 2 and 3, for regular insulin and biphasic isophane insulin, human insulin, 45 calendar days upon receipt of notice to proceed. Sige po. Delivery niyan CHD and CD ho yung yung end user. Sige ma'am. As to the accomplishment of the forms, na-discuss na rin ho yan how you will accomplish all of that form. For the technical specifications, as discussed earlier, you have to state your compliance in each and every parameter of the technical specifications. followed by the reference to your brochure or product literature. So for item number 1, we have the glycoside. Okay, if you have questions, suggestions, recommendations as to the content of the technical specifications, you may write it down, and we will discuss it later during the open forum. So these are the parameters under item number 1. Item number 2, regular insulin. We're requiring 1,266 vials, and the details of the specifications are flashed on your screen. Sige ho. And item number 3, biphasic isophane human insulin 7030 recombinant DNA, requiring 4,300 vials. So that's the specifications. And there is also this section of a provision applicable to all items. If you have questions, recommendations, suggestions as to that provision, please take it down. Please take note of your manifestation, and we'll discuss it later. Again, the previous discussions, in the previous discussions, tinuruan na rin ho kayo kung paano i-accomplish ito. Sige ho, next ma'am. This is the checklist. Before you seal your envelopes, please make sure na lahat ho ng nakalista dito sa checklist na ito ay kasama sa ilalagay nyo sa inyong mga envelopes. Okay? Sige. This is the bid form, yung template ho ng bid form. Okay? Yung price schedule. Ayan. This is the form for the SLCC. May naka-attach ho dyan. I-attach nyo, may instruction naman. Then, the form for your all ongoing government and private contracts. Pag na-award na, this is the contract form. The template for the omnibus sworn statement. The template for the bid securing declaration. So that's it. That's the content of our invitation to bid. We're now open for your questions, suggestions, recommendations, any manifestation regarding the project. You may raise your hand if you have one. Anyone? Yes, Ma'am Carissa. Ano wala? Yes, Ma'am Carissa. Anong natin concern?
Yes po, for the delivery schedule po ng item 1, yung glycoside.
Ma'am Pao, delivery schedule. Tingnan natin. Delivery schedule. Okay, so for item number 1, glycoside, what about, ma'am?
Pwede pong 60 to 90 days po.
60, instead of 60 calendar days, you're recommending to change it to 60. Ma'am, we recommend to be specific, no? Kasi hindi siya staggered delivery. So kasi naka-state naman diyan 60 calendar days upon receipt of NTP. So baka ang gusto nyong i-recommend is 90 days. Tama ho ba?
Yes po, sir.
Pa-delete na lang, ma'am, yung 60. Huwag nating arrange para yan. Kasi baka hindi naman siya staggered delivery. Isahang delivery ho. So within 90 calendar days upon receipt of NTP, we will raise this to the end user kung sino man yung nag-submit ng PR ng glycoside, kung okay sa kanya yung ganyang recommendation ho ninyo na within 90 calendar days. The answer of the end user will be through a supplemental bid bulletin. So abangan nyo ma'am kung okay sa end user yung 90 calendar days, yung makikita nyo yan sa supplemental bid bulletin. If wala siya sa supplemental bid bulletin, meaning ayaw ng end user yung recommendation. Any other manifestation, question, suggestion? Meron pa ho ba?
Wala na po, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Carissa, for that manifestation. May iba pa ho ba na suggestion ang ating mga prospective bidders dito sa project na to? You may raise your hand or you may use the chat box. Going once? Going twice? So wala na. Maraming salamat sa ating mga prospective bidders. So Ma'am Pao, back to you. I think tapos na para sa project na to. Salamat po.
Thank you po, Doc KB. So let us proceed po sa ating next project. So for our next project po, supply and delivery of various medical supplies and devices under IB number 26-10. May we know po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron pong interested sa project po na naka-flash sa ating screen. Na-thumbs up na lang po.
Yes, ma'am. Interested. Thank you.
Thank you po, Sir Elmer. So for this project naman po, ang magdi-discuss naman po ay ang ating provisional member for medical equipment category, Ma'am Tessa Insisa po. Ma'am Tessa, over po.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Pao. So this is an invitation to bid for supply and delivery of various medical supplies and devices under IB number 26-10. The Department of Health, Beacon Center for Health Development, through the National Expenditure Program, intends to apply the sum of 24,040,603 pesos only, being the approved budget for the contract to payments under the contract for supply and delivery of various medical supplies and devices under IB number 26-10. So bids received in excess of the ABC shall be automatically rejected at bid opening. So bidders should have completed at least 2 years from the date of submission and receipt of bids, contracts similar to the project. So the description of an eligible bidder is contained in the bidding documents, particularly in Section 2. Then, a complete set of bidding documents may be acquired by interested bidders on December 2, 2025 to December 22, 2025 from the address given and websites below upon payment of the applicable fee for the bidding documents pursuant to the latest guidelines issued by the GTPB. The applicable fees for the bidding documents are as follows. So for our bid data sheet, under 1.1, the procuring entity is the OH because CHD. The project titles is supply and delivery of various medical supplies and devices. Under the identification number of the contract is ID number 26-10. We have a number of lots. We have 9 line items here. And the funding source is the GOP, the source of funding as indicated below for 2026 in the amount of 24,040,603 pesos only. And the source of funding is NGA, the National Expenditure Program. So the bidder's SLCC, similar to the contract to be bid, should have been completed within 2 years prior to the deadline for the submission and receipt of bids. The single largest completed contract, equivalent to at least 50% of the total ABC, a bidder opts to bid, which shall be supported with the following documents: end users acceptance or official receipt or sales invoice issued for the contract if completed. This is under GPPD resolution number 16-2020. So failure to submit a copy of the single largest completed contract with the required supporting documents is a valid ground for disqualification of the bidder. So contracts referring to supply and delivery of medical supplies and devices. So under 8.1, subcontracting is not allowed. So aside from the under 30.3F, aside from conformity with the technical specifications, the below mentioned documents must be included in the technical envelope. Number 1, the valid Philippine Food and Drugs Administration license to operate for drug distributors and traders. Number 2, valid Philippine Food and Drugs Administration certificate of product registration or valid extension. Number 3, or proof of application for renewal filed from within 120 calendar days from the original expiry date. This is under IRR RA 9711. Number 4, certification, agreement, contract between the bidder and the manufacturer or distributor, importer, wholesaler as specified in the CPR that the bidder is an authorized dealer or distributor of the item to be bid. Number 5, product insert or product information. Number 6, certificate of compliance to the electronic drugs price monitoring system issued by either the DOH Pharmaceutical Division or the DOH Regional Health Office Centers for Health Development. So failure to submit the above mentioned document is a ground for disqualification of the bidder. So next is for the schedule of requirements. So the delivery schedule expressed in weeks or months indicates the required delivery date, which shall be understood as the date the goods are to be delivered to the project site. So we have item number 1, we have 60 calendar days upon receipt approved notice to proceed, and also for item number 2, for item numbers 3 and 4, glucometer kit with blood glucose strips and lances and blood glucose strips with 30 calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed. For item number 5, fluoride kit, 30 calendar days upon receipt approved notice to proceed. And for item number 6, 30-day temperature recorder for vaccine refrigerators, we have 60 calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed. And for item number 7, have 2 deliveries. The first delivery, which is 15 calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed for the 25 barrels, and the second delivery, 30 calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed, which is the remaining 25 barrels. And for item number 8, troclosan sodium, first we have also staggered delivery. The first delivery will be 15 days, calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed. That is the 500 boxes. And the second delivery, 30 calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed. the remaining 500 boxes. So for last item number 9, latex condom, 180 calendar days upon receipt of approved notice to proceed. So it should be signed by the authorized representative. For technical specification, we will just comply or non-comply in each parameters. For auto-disabled syringe, 0.5 quantity, 80,000 pieces, the boxes of 100, 23 gauge inch by 1 inch or 0.6 millimeter by 25 millimeter. Then we have shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement and instructions. Then for item number 2, we have the auto-disabled syringe, 0.05 ml, the quantity, shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement and replacement instructions. And for item number 3, glucometer kit with blood glucose strips and lancet. We have the quantities, dimensions, memory capacity, power, test time, sample size, package inclusion, certifications, shell packaging instructions, labeling instructions, the recall and disposal, replacement instructions. For blood glucose strips, also we have quantity, shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement and instructions. And for item number 5, fluoride kits, quantity, shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement instructions, and we have the additional documents required in the technical specification. And for item number 6, the 30-day temperature recorder for vaccine refrigerators, same as we have also the quantity, the shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement instructions, and for this, for item number 7, fluoride granules for water disinfections, we have this quantity and the detailed technical specifications. Include also the shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement instructions. For item number 8, troclosid sodiums, we have the quantity, detailed technical specifications, shelf life, packaging instructions, labeling instructions, recall and disposal, replacement instructions. And last item, I think, the latex condom. We have the quantity, the standard requirement, the packaging instructions, primary packaging, secondary packaging, tertiary packaging, the shelf life, recall and disposal, replacement instructions. And it should be signed by the authorized representative. And for our checklist of technical and financial documents, for our technical component envelope, we have the Class A documents, the legal documents, technical documents, and the financial documents. For Class B documents, we have the joint venture agreement. And the financial component envelope consists of the original duly signed accomplished financial bid form and the price schedule for goods. Bid form. This should be duly signed. And the price schedule for goods offered from within the Philippines and goods offered from abroad. And it will be affix your signature. Then the statement of largest completed contract similar to the contract to be bid. Signed. And for the statement of all ongoing government and private contracts, including contracts awarded but not yet started. Affix your signature. For the omnibus authority statement form, we have 11 recitals. Should be signed and notarized. And for the bid security declaration, signed and notarized. And that's all for this project. For our prospective bidders, any questions po?
Yes, Ma'am Tessa. Good afternoon. Elmer po from MCTC.
Hello po, sir.
Ma'am, una po, yung schedule nung yung submission po, clarify ko ulit, i-clear ko lang po, December 22 o 20 po.
December 2.
Or away lang po. 20. Ay, sorry. I-check ko lang ma'am kung dito po anong nakalagay. Kasi dito ma'am. Send ito po.
December 22 po, sir.
Okay, noted, ma'am. Ma'am, next question po. Yes, ma'am. Hello. May signal ko.
Sir, Sir Elmer.
Yes, ma'am. Nawala. Ma'am, yung sa schedule of delivery naman, item number 3 and 4.
Item 3 and 4 po.
Oo. Kung pwedeng 60 days, ma'am.
3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Opo.
Tapos, sa item number 9, ma'am, sa technical specs po. Ma'am, ika-clarify ko lang po, yung bang gusto bang sabihin nito, yung nakalagay na pocket box, tatlo ba yun sa isang pocket box?
Yes, 3 assorted flavors per box.
Tatlo po yun, ma'am. Yung ang unit price niya kasi is 5 pesos. Medyo parang ang baba po yata. Parang pang per piece.
Okay po. We will clarify po to.
Yes, ma'am. Kasi kung tatlo kasi siya, ma'am, medyo super baba yung unit price na per pocket box.
Noted po, Sir Elmer.
Ma'am, next po, yung about do sa assorted 3 flavors, so any naman siguro, wala naman specific kayong inire-required o any available flavor siguro?
Meron pa po ba, Sir Elmer?
Actually, ma'am, yun lang po siya. Yun lang po yung last question ko po.
Thank you po.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you po for this Wala na po talaga na mga ibang questions po from our bidders.
Ma'am Carissa po. Nag-raise po ng hand si Ma'am Carissa, ma'am.
Okay, Ma'am
Hello po.
Clarissa. Yes po.
Same lang din po yung kay Sir Elmer, dun sa condom po. Dun sa if purpose po yung sa yung ABC po na 5 pesos. Medyo mababa din po kasi. Tapos po yung sa shelf life po, pwede po bang not less than 50 months?
Shelf life.
Ng condo.
Dito po, ma'am.
Yes
Item
po.
number
Not less than 15 months.
From the date of delivery po.
from the date of manufacture. From the delivery.
Okay.
Okay po, Ma'am Clarissa, noted, we will ask the end user.
Tapos po, ma'am, last question na lang po.
Yes
Regarding po sa single largest completed contract, naka-specify po kasi dun sa bid data sheet, medical supplies and devices. Pwede pong gamitin namin yung PSI kit. Possible po ba kaya yun?
Sir Don,
Bukas pa yun.
Ma'am, ano po yung PSI kit?
May laman po siyang elastic bandage, lidocaine syringe, antiseptic swab, sterile gauze pad po. Ganun.
Napin ko lang. Ay,
So, Ma'am Clarissa, related, naman po yan sa, sa ating contract na parehas lang po naman siya. Medical supplies naman po siya.
Okay po, ma'am. Thank you po.
26,000.
Last question na po talaga, ma'am. For the item 5 po, yung fluoride kit, pwede pong 35 kits per box po.
parawan lang po. Fluoride kit. Ano po yun, ma'am?
35 per box po.
35 per box. Yun na.
Okay po, Ma'am Clarissa, we will just again ask the end user.
Thank you so much po.
Ma'am Clarissa, Carissa, may we know po kung itong 35 per box with corresponding applicator na po ito?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay po.
Thank you po.
Thank you, ma'am. Ano ba?
Ma'am Pao, pwedeng ibaba, ma'am. Diyan sa baba ng shelf life. Kasi mayroon tayong packaging instruction, standard packaging of the manufacturer. Siguro kailangan nating i-check to. Kasi mayroon tayong prescribed na packaging na 100 in a box with corresponding applicator. Nakita ko rin to doon sa ibang sa ibang mga project. We have a packaging instruction na based on manufacturer packaging tapos may prescribed sa taas. So siguro i-clarify lahat sa end user. Thank you.
Noted po, Doc Evie. Thank you po. So may we know pa po sa ating prospective bidders kung meron po tayong mga pahabol pong questions or suggestions or clarifications po. You may chat po sa ating chat box or raise po ng virtual hand. So I guess po wala na pong
clarification po and suggestion ng ating prospective bidders. Thank you po, Ma'am Tessa.
So thank you po. This is all for this supply delivery of various medical supplies and devices under IB number 26-10.
Thank you po, Ma'am Tessa. So this is our last project po for today. May we know po sa ating back members and technical working group po kung meron po kayong mga agenda before we adjourn po. So hearing none po, we will now turn over po the virtual microphone to our back chairperson, Dr. Angela, for the closing po of this pre-bidding conference po and for the adjournment. For the closing message po and for the adjournment po of this pre-bidding conference. Doc Angela, over po.
Thank you, Ma'am Pao. So muli po, maraming salamat sa pagdalo ng aming procurement activity. We're hoping na we'll see you again during the submission of the bids. If there are no other concerns or queries, is there a motion for the adjournment of this conference?
I move for the
I move
adjournment.
Thank you po, Doc Chris. Thank you, Engineer B. So, with that po, meeting adjourned. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po and see you po sa ating submission and opening of bids.